under my power. Look into the hypnotic eye.
You're watching cinema. Insomnia.
We are the survivors of a disintegrated solar system.
Tell this to everybody wherever they are. Watch the sky. Everywhere. Keep looking. Keep watching the sky.
Flying saucers have invaded our planet.
Please assume the position to repeat after Mr. Lobo.
You see? Your stupid mind. Stupid. You're watching cinema. Insomnia.
You're not dreaming. You're watching cinema. Insomnia. And welcome to Mr. Lobo's Cinema Insomnia Watch Party Fan Group Double Feature featuring twice the price for Half-o-ween. That's right, count 'em, two movies starring everyone's favorite affected uncle of horror, Vincent Price. I'm your horror host with the most on toast, Mister Lobo. And this is my lovely co-host, Miss Mittens, who has decided to return to the program after trying to do her own watch party last week. What's that? Okay, well, she's tired of slaving over a hot keyboard for 12 people in a chat room. Okay, she says she won't do it she won't go back unless she's got 100 people in the chat. Well, good luck with that, Miss Mittens. Anyhow, we're happy to have Miss Sunshine return to us at these proceedings. Mr. Lobo hopes that all of you out there are having a happy and safe Half-o-ween. Now, for those of you who don't have the internet, Half-o-ween is a pseudo-holiday that is halfway between Halloween and Halloween. You can always tell it's the season when you can hear the goths and hipsters moaning. Very festive. Anyway, before we get into the meat of the show, we got a couple of updates. Mr. Lobo, of course, has a podcast with Paul Sanders called the Sleepless Nights Podcast, and we've just dropped a brand new episode, and we want the people on our Patreon to hear it first. So if you want to hear it first, please support us on our Patreon, patreon.com/Sleepless Nights Podcast. I think Aaron's going to pop that in there, right, Aaron?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. And now, if you don't have $1 to support the podcast, you can actually help us out by listening to the podcast on Anchor, which is a new platform that we're trying to get established on. So if you just listen to the podcast via Anchor, which I believe is connected to Spotify in some way, we get like a shiny penny every time or something. I think we've made like 25 cents so far. So if you can't do $1, listening on Anchor is another way to help us out. And speaking of podcasts, Mr. Lobo just recorded a podcast with Josh Hadley on a show called Lost in the Static. And we talked about cult movies. Now, if the name Josh Hadley sounds familiar, he is one of our producers at OSI 74. He does a program called 1201 Beyond, which is like a 4-hour rip-off of Night Flight. And we've had it on the channel since the channels began. And so we've got a lot of stuff up on the channel now. In fact, OSI 74, which again is a collective of a lot of producers who make weird and interesting shows for you, we now are in a golden age. I think there are 800 playable how many, Aaron?
806.
806 and 6 on-demand videos for you to watch on the OSI 74 Roku app. And that is a lot of content for you. We have a new category called Movie of the Week. It has a bunch of films that are not interrupted by an annoying host. So if you like misunderstood movies and you don't want to watch them with Mr. Lobo, well, that hurts my feelings. But those videos are there for you, and it's curated and chosen by our staff, which I think is mostly Dixie. I think Dixie probably... Aaron, did you pick any of the movies?
I put up 2 or 3. The rest are all Dixie.
Okay. So if you want to see what movies Dixie wants you to watch, then you can check out our movie of the week. Now, we have a separate Patreon for Outer Space International, which is what OSI stands for in the OSI 74. And now we just, of course, plug the Sleepless Nights Patreon. We also have a Cinema Insomnia Patreon, which is the show that we're watching here tonight. Now, we don't have all these different Patreons because we're trying to grift you. We wish we could, but we're just not that smart. We don't know how to grift anybody. The purpose of it is so that your support goes toward the thing that you're interested in, if you're interested in that thing. If you're interested in the podcast, you could support the podcast. If you're interested in the channel as a whole, you could support that platform that those shows are on. If you're really just a fan of Cinema Insomnia and you want that effort to go toward this show, then you can do that. And that way we're not stealing from Peter to pay Paul and then paying Ringo, Paul's, Peter, Paul, and Mary. We're not doing any of that. We're, however that phrase goes, your support goes where you want that support. And Roku is our primary platform for Cinema Insomnia and for OSI 74. However, some people can't watch Roku or don't have a Roku. Our man in Australia, Liam, has been working hard at building an all-new OSI 74 website that will help you navigate the videos online without Roku, without mucking about on Vimeo trying to navigate those videos there, which is not fun to do sometimes. So, Liam's got a vested interest in this because he lives in Australia and they don't have Roku there, and he wants to watch OSI 74. So this is making it easier for him, but really honestly, he's making it easier for us by doing all of this work. Volunteer doesn't seem like a strong enough word to describe all the hours that he's put into this. Slave seems too cruel. Aaron, what do you think a good word for Liam?
Cultist?
Cultist seems loaded too. Maybe loyalist. Maybe he's a loyalist. You know what? Maybe Liam's an angel. I think Liam's an angel. We got a lot of angels propping us up with toothpicks around here. One of our favorite angels is Melissa Tapley, who was the winner in our contest last week, ladies and gentlemen. Melissa Tapley was the most loyal and sincere Insomniac in the chat, and given the group we had last week, that was probably easy pickings for her to win that. But this week we have a totally different prize for you. Not a DVD, but this shiny new poster. It's our star prize, ladies and gentlemen. This is the official Mister Lobo's Cinema Insomnia House on Haunted Hill poster. Perfect for all your Half-o-ween celebrating. Mr. Lobo will personalize this for you if you win it tonight. And one of you out there will win this tonight. Or I could just sign it if you're going to sell it on eBay anyway. Anyway, we're going to take everybody's names who are in the chat, and we'll put everybody's name in a hat or something. We'll have to get a hat first. And one of you tonight will win it, and I'll just send it right off to you. That's right. Mr. Lobo's going to pay the postage. I got a little bit of a hassle last week from my other co-host for being cheap. And now you're going to start? Well, it's like I didn't want to just I mean, is it assumed that when you win something that the postage is paid? All right, did you ever stop to consider that we're playing with other people's money here? Do you think the guy who bought the spinner wants to pay for Joe Blow's postage? Huh? Did you ever stop and think about that? I don't know why you have to humiliate Mr. Lobo in front of everybody, Miss Mittens. Mr. Vincent Price would not appreciate your tone. He was like the classy pink champagne of spooky guys, He was so sophisticated. I was thinking during the intermission tonight, we could learn a little bit more about this other side. The gourmet cook, Vincent Price, who wrote this cookbook. I was thinking maybe during the intermission, we could read a little bit out of Vincent Price's cookbook. Another thing I'd like to do during the intermission is talk a little bit about the 2 episodes, House on Haunted Hill and The Bat. I have some personal anecdotes, some stories from behind the scenes that I thought would be interesting. And speaking of shows, we have in our mail sack, people have been mailing us props and things from our Amazon list. And I thought it would be fun that during the break between the 2 films, I could show off some of the props. Props like these Torgo hats. I wonder what we're going to do with these. I know what we're going to do. We're going to put everybody's names in it, and then we'll pull out who's going to win the poster. But if you're interested in supporting us in that way, that's kind of a fun way. If there's a prop on the list, as we're writing new shows, we're going to be adding to that list. So just keep an eye on the Amazon list. And we really are going to need new props because the old props are walking out the door. I don't know if you were watching a while back. Some of you were, when we had the spinner, the Hypno spinner. Not the middle one, right, Aaron?
Yeah, the War of the Planets, 2010.
The 2010-ish era spinner was purchased by Insomniac Scott, and which we of course thank him for, and we actually acknowledged him in the watch party, which I think was exciting and fun for him because he has now purchased the other 2 Hypno spinners, Hypno wheels that we use for our oath, from our Patreon. So the newer spinner, this one here from the zombie TV era that we used to spin off of a paint roller, and the original spinner from the KXTV era. Mr. Lobo's kind of getting a little choked up. I mean, I've been through a lot with this. This was the very first Hypno wheel on the show, and it was just a piece of black cardboard on the studio floor that I cut into a circle, probably used a garbage can lid, and painted with whiteout from the office, or correction fluid, painted this circle, painstakingly painted this circle, and we used this on the show so many times. This thing's got 10,000 miles on it. We brought it to live shows. The pencil hole, we used to spin it on a pencil. The pencil hole's like this big on it from all those things. And even though I'm a little sad to see it go, I'm actually very happy that all 3 of these are going to stay in the family, and they're all going to stay together. And so it's kind of nice that they're all collected by the same person, and it's someone who, like you, really cares about the show. So the only question I have in my head is, Scott, what's next? Do you need a chair to go with 2 spinners? Or, you know what, maybe you could just sever Mr. Lobo's head off and mount it up on the wall somewhere. No, but thank you so much, Scott. Sincerely from the bottom of our heart, we are excited that you have those things. When they make the Great American Cinema Insomnia documentary, they're going to have to come to your house and film all of the spinners, because that's where they're all going to be. But the other part of it that we really appreciate is that this is a big chunk toward our production budget. You know, we want to make new shows, and we want to make shows for fans like Vivi. Vivi is our youngest sleepless night. She is 6 years old. I mean, there might be a younger one, but we don't know who that is. And she sent us a letter that she wants us to read on a new episode. So we want to make a brand new honest to gosh episode just for her. And she wants everyone out there to know that her favorite movie in the whole world is House on Haunted Hill, and that her favorite horror host is Mr. Lobo. So she is going to be staying up way past her bedtime tonight to watch this show. And if she can stay up past her bedtime to watch this garbage, then, you know, a bunch of jackasses like you should do so also. So, but just to make sure, we're going to get into the Insomniac Oath. We all know how it goes. Assume the position like this. Eyes spread, pinkies toward the ceiling. Repeat after Mr. Lobo. I, as an initiated member of the Sleepless Nights of Insomnia, do solemnly swear to watch the movie and the other movie, the whole movie and the other movie, and nothing but the movie and the other movie. So help me, Mr. Lobo. Hurts more every time. You may stand down. And now, Vincent Price is a rich oddball. I wish Mr. Lobo could afford to be a rich oddball. Anyway, he has an indecent proposal for you to stay the night in a haunted house to win $10,000. And all we're giving you is a crummy poster. You know, maybe we are cheap. Oh well. Cinema Insomnia's Twice the Price, Half-o-ween double feature, well, that's too much math, is proud to present our reformatted version of our 2005 episode, House on Haunted Hill. Watch party.
Howdy, folks. You like blood, violence, freaks of nature? Well, then come on down to Captain Spaulding's Museum of Monsters and Madmen. Yeah, see the alligator boy. Ride my famous murder ride. Most of all, don't forget to take home some of my tasty fried chicken. Ha ha! It just tastes so damn good.
You are under my power. Look into the hypnotic eye. Time now to enter Mister Lobo's domain. Look out! Open your mind to the possibility that they're not bad movies, just misunderstood. You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia. And tonight, your humble horror host invites you all to a special Halloween party. Actually, the whole thing was my co-host, Miss Mitten's idea. She's so amusing. I will give these back to you. I promise. Tonight, through the miracle of Lobo Emergo, we'll be transported to the brink of scariousness. And if you're brave enough to stick with it to the end, well, Mr. Lobo will reward you personally, the survivors, the sum of $10,000. Which is really a shame because this show doesn't even cost us $10,000. Make peace with your deity because we are going to present one of the most horrifying piles of cinematic horror ever produced. The House of 1,000 Corpses. Due to our $10,000 giveaway, we can't really afford to bring you that title tonight. So instead, we're going to bring you that low-rent, old dark house classic that has sublet many imitators, directed by William Castle, the guru of movie gimmicks himself, and starring that guy from the Thriller video, you know, the old guy. I think you know who I mean. Stay with your buddy. Have your treat receptacle at the ready, and prepare to ask strangers to smell your feet, because we're going to ring the doorbell of the house on Haunted Hill.
The ghosts are moving tonight, restless, hungry. May I introduce myself? I'm Watson Pritchard. In just a minute, I'll show you the only really haunted house in the world. Since it was built a century ago, 7 people, including my brother, have been murdered in it. Since then, I've owned the house. I've only spent one night there, and when they found me in the morning, I was almost dead.
I'm Frederick Lauren, and I've rented the house on Haunted Hill tonight so that my wife can give a party. A haunted house party. She's so amusing. There'll be food and drink and ghosts, and perhaps even a few murders. You're all invited. If any of you will spend the next 12 hours in this house, I'll give you each $10,000, or your next of kin in case you don't survive. Ah, but here come our other guests. It was my wife's idea to have our guests come in funeral cars. She's so amusing. Her sense of humor is, shall we say, original. I dreamed up the hearse. It's empty now, but after a night in the house on Haunted Hill, who knows? This is Lance Schroeder, a test pilot, so no doubt a brave man. But don't you think you can be much braver if you're paid for it? And I happen to know that Lance needs the $10,000 I'll give him, if he's brave enough to stay all night. This is Ruth Bridges. You've no doubt read her column in the newspapers. She says her reason for coming to the party is to write a feature article on ghosts. She's also desperate for money, gambles. You've already met Watson Pritchard, a man living in mortal fear of a house, and yet he is risking his life to spend another night here. I wonder why. He says for money. This is Dr. David Trent, a psychiatrist. He claims that my ghost will help his work on hysteria. But don't you see a little touch of greed there around the mouth and eyes? This is Nora Manning. I picked her from the thousands of people who work for me because she needed the $10,000 more than most. Supports her whole family. Isn't she pretty? The party's starting now, and you have until midnight to find the house on Haunted Hill.
Mr. Lobo just got a letter from the Haunted Hill Homeowners Association. And, well, they're not happy. Funeral cars going in and out all hours of the night. Chandeliers falling. Floating heads out on the front lawn. We're going to need to sort this out over some scones. We'll be right back. Hi, Enid.
Drainage ditches, parking lots, drive-thrus, abandoned swimming pools. These are public places you have the right to grind on them whenever you please. Has the man been hassling you, keeping you and your board from catching wicked air? I can help you. I'm Rad Abrams, skateboard attorney.
Dude, I was tweaking. It was like totally my fault.
Even if you were tweaking, then it was like totally your fault. I can help you.
Dude, I hella effed up this guy's yard, and I'm pissed. But I don't know why.
Even if you're messed up inside, you're misplacing anger that should be directed at your parents. I can help you.
Dude, I am super broke. I can barely even afford smokes. How do you expect me to get a lawyer?
I know how it is. No money, no problem. There's no fee until we win. You can even bum a smoke. Let Rad Abrams hook you up.
Don't delay. Call Rad Abrams and Associates today. Look for our ad in Thrasher Magazine.
Later days, dudes.
All systems go.
Hey, Midnighters! Hey yo. The man with the goodies is here. I got stuff you might want. Stuff that makes you feel real good. I got t-shirts. I got buttons. I got buttons. I got buttons. I got t-shirts. Stuff that makes you feel real good. I got t-shirts. Makes you feel real good. T-shirts. So you know what I can do for you? Every time you buy something, I'll send you a fan club membership card. So if you buy a patch, I'll send you a fan club membership card. If you buy an autographed picture with your name on it, when I've got your name, I'll send you a fan club membership card. And you can give that one to a friend. Remember, any friend of a Midnighter has got one friend. All right, yeah.
Go to the OSI 74 shop to buy your Midnight Frights merchandise. Your number one source for Midnight Movie merchandise, the OSI 74 shop.
There's more in our store. Shop OSI 74.
Howdy, folks. You like blood, violence, freaks of nature?
On a stormy Halloween night, 4 young people set out across the back roads of America
What's that? It's a hitchhiker.
What, should we stop?
We can't leave it right here in the rain.
in search of a mysterious figure known only as
Dr. Satan. You know anything about the legend of Dr. Satan?
Yeah, I can show you.
Dr. Satan! Ah, Dr. Satan!
What they uncovered
You ain't seen nothing yet.
is the most horrifying and shocking tale of carnage ever seen.
Well, I bet you'd stick your head in the fire if I told you could see hell.
You seen this girl?
Yeah, they want to play Nancy Drew with this local legend that people call Dr. Satan.
Stupid kids probably got themselves lost.
Let's get out of this nut house.
The boogeyman is real. And you found him. It's showtime!
Please don't kill us.
from director Rob Zombie comes a journey into hell.
This can't be real. This can't be real. This can't be real.
House of 1,000 Corpses.
Hope you like what you see!
Ta-ta. We'll try and keep it down. Yeah, I know. Well, they're supposed to be dry. They're scones. And it's a wonder we can still sit down. What? Oh. Hello there. Mr. Lobo will now use his dark powers to hypnotize you. Look deeply into my eyes. You are going to be more entertained than you've ever been in your entire miserable lives. You will jump and shout with excitement, even the most goofy special effect. If you are harmed or wronged or disappointed in any way, you will not sue Mr. Lobo. You will not sue Mr. Lobo. While I have you in this suggestive state, might as well kill two birds with one stone and have you recite the Insomniac's oath. Please assume the position and repeat after me. I, as an initiated member of the Sleepless Nights of Insomnia, do solemnly swear to watch the movie, the whole movie, and nothing but the movie. So help me, Mr. Lobo. Ow! This hurts more every time. Let me stand down. Trance broken. Yeah. What do you mean I shouldn't have done that? If I hypnotize them to watch the whole movie, I gotta pay them all $10,000. Can we try that one more time? Miss Mittens has a point here. I mean, if they're going to stay through the whole movie, that's really not a fair contest of who can stay through the whole movie. And do that again? No. Now return to House on Haunted Hill.
Well, where is everybody?
It isn't a very warm welcome, is it?
Only the ghosts in this house are glad we're here.
Are we all strangers to each other? Don't you two know each other?
I'm afraid I don't even know your name.
I'm Nora Manning.
Lance Schroeder.
Is Frederick Lauren a friend of yours?
I've heard of him, but I've never met him.
I work for one of his companies, but I've never seen him.
I've never met the man either. Just a phone call. Do you know him?
No.
Well, then you're the only one of us who does.
I don't know him. All the details about running the house were done by mail.
He's quite wealthy, isn't he?
Millions.
And 5 wives, I believe.
4, I think, so far.
A $50,000 party for only 5 people is a little steep, even for a millionaire.
Well, if I were going to haunt anybody, this would certainly be the house I'd do it in.
Who closed the door?
This thing's made of solid steel.
Annabelle. Our guests are here, unfortunately still alive. Is your face on yet?
Dust and dirt everywhere, and the water barely trickles. Couldn't you have had the place cleaned?
Atmosphere, darling. You know how ghosts are. They never tidy up. And that's a very fetching outfit, but hardly suitable for a party.
I'm not going to the party.
The spend-the-night ghost party was your idea, remember? Since it's going to cost me $50,000, I want you to have fun.
The party was my idea until you invited all the guests. Why all these strangers? Why none of our friends?
Friends? Do we have any friends?
No, your jealousy took care of that.
I had a reason for inviting each guest. I wanted kind of a cross-section. From psychiatrist to typist, and from drunk to jet pilot. They share one thing. They all need money. Now let's see if they're brave enough to earn it.
And you call this a party?
Could be.
Why do you always do that? It spoils the champagne.
It might explode.
Never does.
Will you guarantee that?
That isn't funny, Frederick.
Make a good headline. Playboy kills wife with champagne cork. Will you join me?
No, thank you.
Just a sip might improve your humor.
My humor is fine, thanks. And I haven't poisoned it.
It's always good to know that. Have some. You'll enjoy the party more. Go on.
Your trust is so touching. And I'm not going to the party.
Of all my wives, you're the least agreeable.
But still alive.
Would you go away for $1 million tax-free? You want it all, don't you?
I deserve it all. Your jealousy isn't tax-free. And your possessiveness is maddening.
If ever a man had grounds for divorce,
But can't prove them.
the time will come. You'll slip up one of these days,
Think so?
if I live long enough. You remember the fun we had when you poisoned me?
Something you ate, the doctor said.
Yes, arsenic on the rocks. Annabelle, you'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. I hear that hanging is very uncomfortable, in case you get any more ideas. Don't let the ghosts and the ghouls disturb you, darling.
Darling, the only ghoul in the house is you.
And don't sit up all night thinking of ways to get rid of me. It makes wrinkles.
This is what she used on my brother and her sister. Hacked them to pieces. We found parts of the bodies all over the house, in places you wouldn't think. The funny thing is the heads have never been found. Hands and feet and things like that. But no heads.
The wife, probably in a rage, threatened the husband with a knife and then, carried away by hysteria, took a swing at him and simply went on from there.
She certainly went on. How many people did she kill, Mr. Pritchard?
Only two. Her husband and her sister. No one else was here.
So there are two loose heads just floating around in here somewhere?
You can hear them at night. They whisper to each other and then cry.
Since our host isn't here, would anyone care to mix me a drink?
Certainly. What will you have?
Good evening. I'm your host, Frederick Lauren. Since we're all strangers to each other, let's get acquainted with a drink, shall we?
Mr. Lauren, I advise you to call this party off now. The ghosts are already moving, and that's a bad sign.
Let me apologize for my wife. She'll join us later. What will you have?
Scotch and.
Doctor?
I'll have the same.
Now, before the party begins, let's go over the details. The caretakers will leave at midnight, locking us in here until they come back in the morning. Once the door is locked, there's no way out. The windows have bars that a jail would be proud of, and the only door to the outside locks like a vault. There's no electricity, no phone, no one within miles. So no way to call for help.
Like a coffin.
So, if any of you decide not to stay for the party, you must let me know before midnight. Of course, if you leave, I shan't be able to pay you anything.
I'm interested in your reasons for this, party. Aside from the pleasant company.
Ghosts, Doctor. I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost. And now my wife has given us all the opportunity to find out.
Amusing. Ghosts, etc., being only creations of hysteria, your party should be a success.
Well, Pritchard here promises us genuine ghosts.
7 now. Maybe more before morning.
That's cheerful.
4 men have been murdered in this house. And 3 women.
You planned your party very well, Mr. Loren. 4 of us are men, 3 are women. A ghost for everybody.
Well, Pritchard, why don't you take us on a tour through the house and let's see what happens, huh?
See that stain? Blood. A young girl was killed here. And whatever got her wasn't human. Don't stand there.
What do you mean? Where?
It's too late. They've marked you.
Ridiculous. The roof probably leaks.
Oh, that must be what it is. Who would want to haunt me?
I would say any self-respecting male ghost.
I hope it doesn't come back.
Well, Mr. Pritchard, you're the life of the party.
He hasn't even started yet. Wasn't there a man who threw his wife into a wine vat or something?
That was in the cellar. There's been a murder almost every place in this house. All this belonged to a Mr. Norton, who didn't die here. He was electrocuted later. Mr. Norton did a good deal of experimenting with wines, but his wife didn't think it was any good. So he filled the vat with acid and threw her in. She was supposed to stay down, but the bones came up. It's a funny thing. But none of the murders here were just ordinary. Just shooting or stabbing. They've all been sort of wild, violent, and different.
Look out!
God, she didn't fall in.
You mean there's still acid in there?
Destroys everything with hair and flesh. Just leaves the bones. My, it's dry and dusty down here.
Well, there's a cure for that upstairs. Come on.
How'd you get invited to this party? No. No, go on. I mean, what'd he tell you?
Mr. Loren said everybody'd get $10,000.
But he didn't say anything about being locked in.
No.
He just made a deal with me on the phone, but nothing about having to stay.
Aren't you going to stay?
If I don't, I lose $10,000.
I'm going to stay, too. $10,000.
Yeah. You believe in ghosts?
I don't know.
Well, I agree with what that doc says. You can spook yourself. I've done it in planes. Seen things that weren't really there. Or were they? What are you going to do with your 10,000? If we get it.
What do you mean, if we get it? Won't he pay us if we stay?
Ah, sure he will. 10,000 is no more to him than a nickel is to us.
We were in an automobile accident. Now I'm the only one in the family who can make any money.
Boy, I've never seen so many doors. Closet. Bottles.
Does it go anywhere? Lance! Lance!
Look, I already apologized about all the funeral cars out front, and the chandeliers falling, and the moaning, and the overacting, and the gunshots. You know, I was against letting their kind in the neighborhood in the first place. Why don't you call them? Their phones still aren't working. Okay, well, why don't you just go over to the door and knock on it? I don't care if the groundskeepers creep you out. No, you can't come back over here again. I'm all out of scones. Good evening. Owie.
Once each week, the Addams family open their home and invite you to join their Addams world. They're always cooking up something special.
That's odd.
What's odd, dear?
Didn't know Cousin Imar wore turtleneck sweaters.
Father, it was terrible. They killed him. The dragon.
What dragon? Who killed the dragon?
A knight in shining armor. That isn't all. You ought to hear some of the other stories in her book.
Let me see that, darling. Grimm's Fairy Tales. What a lovely name, Grimm. How could he write such terrible stories?
He must be sick.
So drop in and see the Addams family starring Carolyn Jones and John Astin. It's a different twist you'll enjoy every week on ABC.
Will this beast save outer space or destroy it? This thing is an eyesore. May heaven forgive us. It came from behind the dark planet, mutated by cosmic gases. Can Eyesore be harnessed by OSI 74? Or will he be our own undoing? Stay tuned.
check out monstermadhouse.com.
Here's a few reasons you should watch Cinema Insomnia on OSI 74.
Laser beams are drilling. I'm holding my head, don't even feel it. Somebody's out for killing, but I'm not scared at all, cause I've already seen it. Nothing else matters to me.
Convinced?
Do you have hepatitis?
Well, watch anyway.
Would you like hepatitis?
You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia. They're not bad movies, just misunderstood. New episodes only on OSI 74.
Hello, I'm Vincent Price. For many years now, mankind and his offspring have been searching for an alternative to peanut butter and jelly. After employing the latest methods in technology, the Peter Paul Candy Company has found the alternative to peanut butter and jelly. Peanut butter with no jelly. Pure, creamy peanut butter dotted with Crispies, covered with pure milk chocolate, but no jelly. I'm sure you're as pleased as I am.
It's 3 a.m. somewhere in the world. Not here, mind you. And you're watching Cinema Insomnia. You're not dreaming, you're watching Cinema Insomnia, and I'm here with one of the greats of the costume-making biz, Mr. Ben Cooper.
Coupier, please.
Mr. Coupier has had his creations in many of your finer discount stores, Thrifties and Zodies, Woolworths, Gold Circle, Gemco, you name it. Mr. Coupier, it's a pleasure to have you on the program.
Yes, of course it is.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about your designs?
No.
No?
No. They speak for themselves.
They speak for themselves, all right. And who is this coming up the runway right now?
Well, as you can see, Julia is resplendent in her rainbow bright attire. Come along, Julia, don't be shy.
Oh, I see. So that's rainbow bright, huh? Wow.
Yes.
Wow. That's beautiful. Yes, I love that fabric. Incredible. And now what's this coming up now?
Yes, she is perfect. She commands the stage as Huckleberry Hound.
Oh, that's fabulous. Now, what gave you the idea to put the names on the front of the chest?
How you say stupid. When they open the door to meet children, they don't recognize the minimalist essence of Happy Dinosaur.
I see.
Now, this costume, Mermaid Astronaut Barbie, won the most prestigious award in progress. Work it, Bobby! You're not doing the walk. Here, I show you. Now, shoulders back, feel the music, be the mask.
Now, hold on there. Now, I thought Bobby was doing a fine job of being, what is it you're supposed to be there, Bobby?
No. Shh. My models are never allowed to speak. As I say, the costumes speak for themselves.
Well, I guess that's what, Mermaid Astronaut Barbie?
Mermaid Astronaut Barbie, yes.
We should probably be getting back into our movie now. Cinema Insomnia now returns to tonight's feature, House on Haunted Hill.
And there's a ghost.
See what I mean?
Please, come on. The
she say Lance is gone? Gone where?
We'll have to break it down. It's locked.
Oh.
You all right?
Nothing that money won't cure. I must have bumped my head.
And the only way you could bump your head in here is to run head on into the wall. You didn't do that, did you? Let's get a bandage on that.
I wonder why they didn't kill him.
Who?
He didn't bump his head. They hit him.
They?
Nora, when you came in, you said something about a ghost.
There was something.
What did it look like?
Well, it was wearing a black thing that went all the way to the floor.
Weren't you a little frightened at the time?
Well, yes.
That, Mr. Loren, is hysteria.
Well, then, Doctor, how do you explain what happened to Lance? Was that hysteria, too?
You better get that checked in a day or so.
Thanks, Doc.
Wait for me in the hall.
The ghosts are coming closer, Mr. Loren.
You really believe in your pet ghost, don't you, Pritchard?
Before the night's over, you will, too.
Would you like a drink, Lance?
No, thanks.
I'd like one. Scotch and. Mr. Loren, are you really going to pay anyone who stays all night?
Certainly. $10,000.
Will there be much red tape or delay?
In a hurry, dear?
Frankly, yes. Or frantically.
There you are, my dear.
Someone or something was in here when I came in. But where? And if the door was locked, how did it get out? What you saw might have been a ghost, Nora, but what was in here with me was no ghost.
I don't know. I was so scared.
Does it sound different to you?
Yes.
Three, 6, 9, 12. 12 feet. Three, 6. Now, I'm going to knock on the other wall. When you hear me, you knock on this wall. Tap lower down. Where'd it come from?
from in here.
What if it ran out of here? I'd have seen it.
Lance, it doesn't run, it just floats.
Yeah, but why didn't I see it?
You don't believe me.
How can I?
I'm Annabelle Lauren. You must be Miss Manning. I realize this is a very unusual and I'm afraid very dull party. Wouldn't you like to freshen up? This is your room. Depressing, isn't it?
I doubt if I'll spend much time here.
It's going to rain. Perfect atmosphere for my husband's party. Why did you come here?
He said he'd give me $10,000.
Why did he pick you?
I don't know. My supervisor just came and said I'd been invited.
How long have you known my husband?
I just met him tonight.
So? Why you? What were you doing wandering around by yourself?
Well, I was in the cellar with Lance, Mr. Schroeder, and I just left, that's all.
Don't do it again. Don't go anywhere in this house by yourself. Now fix your face and I'll come by for you in a few minutes.
But
You're in danger. We all are.
But who?
I hope for your sake you never find out. I'm Annabelle Lauren. Were you looking for something?
Not exactly.
Are you the doctor?
No, I'm Lance Schroeder.
The pilot. You've hurt yourself.
Oh, it's just a bump on the head. Which is my room?
I believe this is it.
Thank you, Mrs. Lauren.
Annabelle Lance. You were with the young girl in the cellar. Why was she so upset?
Was she?
And you don't look like the type to go around bumping his head. What really happened, Lance?
Well, Nora thought she saw a ghost, but I didn't see anything.
She was just frightened then.
And mad at me, I think. I kidded her about it.
I wouldn't joke about anything else that happens here tonight.
Now, don't tell me you're taking all this seriously.
Aren't you?
Well, I'd like to find out what hit me.
Lance. If I need help, may I count on you?
Yeah, sure, I guess so. Look, what's going on here anyway? I mean, what is with this party bit?
This is no party. He's planning something.
Your husband?
I wish I knew what it was.
Must be pretty big if he's going to lay out $50,000.
The money doesn't mean anything. He has a reason for getting us all up here to this dreadful old house.
Well, what for? He doesn't even know us.
Maybe that's exactly why you're here.
Well, what can he get away with?
Oh, he thinks that big money like his can get away with anything. You know, of course, that I'm his fourth wife. The first simply disappeared. The other two died. Lance, I don't want to join them.
You mean he,
Oh, his doctor said they died of heart attacks. 2 girls in their 20s.
Well, what can he do?
My husband is sometimes insane with jealousy. Nothing matters to him then. Please be careful.
Would he hurt you?
He would kill me if he could.
missing all the fun. Nora Manning was almost killed by a falling chandelier. The pilot bashed his head in.
Is he badly hurt?
The Saturnine psychiatrist bandaged him up. Don't you want to go and console him, as you do most men, in your fashion?
You're so clever, Frederick.
Yes, I lie awake nights wondering why I married you. It was rather a mistake.
You didn't marry me, dear. I married you. Unpleasant, but no mistake.
Hurry up.
Frederick, for the last time, I'm not going to your party.
And for the last time, it's not my party, but yours. And you are going.
I am not.
You ready, dear?
No.
Are you ready, dear?
Yes, damn you.
Would you adore me as much if I were poor? No. All you want to be is a lovely widow. It's almost time to lock up the house. And then your party will really begin. I wonder how it'll end.
You're not dreaming. You're watching cinema. Insomnia. And now a word from our sponsor.
It's the amazing Jinsei knife, the sharpest knife ever made. Its serrated edge is made of unbreakable space-age material that never rusts and never needs sharpening. It can cut through the rock-hard scales of a Chinese alligator and still go through a tomato like this. Try that with your old rusty junk drawer shank. Forget it, it's so dull you won't even break the skin. How much would you pay for the culinary secret weapon used by world-famous chefs and food-making professionals? Similar knives sold at trade shows go for almost $30. But wait, there's more. You'll also get the Jinsei kitchen utility knife. Watch how it melts through these police-issue handcuffs as easily as it cuts the cheese. Now how much would you pay? We'll even throw in a complete set of Jinsei steak knives. You'll also get this lovely Jinsei paring knife, the Jinsei butter knife, and our patented fish scaler. If you order now through this special TV offer, we'll double your order. That's right, you get 2 original Jinsei knives, 2 kitchen utility knives, 16 steak knives, 2 paring knives, 2 butter knives, and 2 fish scalers. Everything you see here is valued at over $300. But you get it all for not $79, not $49, not $29, but for the amazing low price of just $129.99 plus shipping and handling. Plus, if you call within the next 20 minutes, we'll give you this handy pocket meal wrangler absolutely free as our gift to you. This offer is not available in stores, so order your amazing Jinsei kitchen cutlery system now. I said now, damn it!
You're watching OSI 74.
Hey guys, it's Buddha Gonzalez.
And this is Domino.
And we're here to talk to you about our show, Bizarre Transmissions from the Bermuda Triangle.
Breaking your gate.
You see, our show features wild and one-of-a-kind music videos of all genres.
And Buddha, don't forget, we also put artist spotlight, special guests, and demented humor.
That's right, it's all part of OSI 74's Secret Sundays.
You won't believe your eyes.
B-movies. On your computer and on the TV.
Somebody needs parental guidance.
No way to call for help.
Y'all don't be scared. Turn into midnight frights.
Hello, darlings. Bunny Galore here. I starred in my very own soap opera called Pantry Manor. I play a lady called Joyce Slaughter, the wife of millionaire Todd Slaughter. However, she does have a few enemies, including her arch rival, Alma Cutt. There's also Jassy, the gypsy who has second sight, and the lovable handyman, Nobby. Pantry Manor.
You're watching OSI 74. Only the weak cry.
This is Willard, and these are his friends, Ben and Socrates.
I'm gonna have a big surprise tomorrow.
takes good care of them.
What's that in your pocket? There's something in your pocket.
And they will do anything for Willard.
Joy. Walter. Please, Walter, there's something outside the door.
My God, look at the rats. Mr. Martin, I have a number of things to tell you. First, you stole the business from my father. And second, it killed my mother.
She died this morning, Willard, at 9:42 in my arms.
And third, you're trying to ruin me. You hold up my sales department or even my shipping department one more time. Shut up, Willard. You made me hate myself. Well, I like myself now. You know, my life has changed now. Two things did it. One was a friend I had named Socrates, and you.
Where your nightmares end, Willard begins.
Tear him up! No, Willard! No, Willard! Willard, no!
Is the one movie you should not see alone.
You're not dreaming, you're partying. And I'm your jack of all lanterns, Mister Lobo. No, I know how you feel about pumpkin carving, okay? We've already gone over this. We're only using cruelty-free plastic pumpkins this year. We're not going to give any of your cousins a switchblade smile on this program. Ever again. So just calm the fronds down, all right? Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence, our neighbors, have invited 4 strangers over to their house. We're staying till sunrise. We've got blood dripping from the ceiling and hard liquor and firearms and old ladies on skateboards, and it's not Mr. Lobo's cup of noodles, but hey, whatever floats your ghost. I mean, who are we to judge? You know, I mean, we're all consenting things. Probably a good time for Cinema Insomnia to jump right back into our movie, House on Haunted Hill.
Close to midnight, Lance.
Okay. I'll be down in a minute.
Who is it?
Your host, my dear. It's almost midnight, Nora. We're all going to get together down in the living room.
All right, Mr. Lloyd. I'll be right down.
Come with us. Come with us before he kills you.
Where's Nora? Miss Manning.
Don't want to stay here.
Nora, what happened? That's Jonas Slides and his wife. They've been caretakers here for years. She's blind, you know.
I'm not going to stay here.
Well, Doctor, it looks like we have a real case of hysteria on our hands.
I think she's just a little upset, not hysterical.
Good evening.
Hello, my dear. This is my wife. These are our guests. Ruth Bridges, Dr. Trent. You know Watson Pritchard, of course. Nora Manning, and this is Lance Schroeder.
Get me out of here.
Now, what about the 10,000?
I don't care. He wants to kill me.
Who wants to kill you?
Mr. Lawrence.
May I have your attention, please? I think you all remember the bargain we made about staying all night. $10,000 apiece. If any of you don't survive, $50,000 will be divided amongst the rest of you. If I should die, you will be paid by my estate. When the door is locked from the outside by the caretakers, we'll all be forced to stay in this house until morning. If any of you decide not to stay, you must leave with the caretakers now. You won't have a chance to change your minds later, because there'll be no way to get out.
I don't want to stay.
Wait.
Midnight yet? Who told them they could leave?
They never leave before midnight.
Well, they've gone now. I was going to ask you whether you wanted to stay or not, but it seems that the caretakers have made the decision for you. We're all locked in now.
But I don't want to stay.
And I'm sorry, my dear, but it's too late now.
Darling, haven't you had enough of the silly game? Get some cars up here for these people and let them go home. But pay them first.
This is your party, remember? In spite of my wife's faith in my ability to do the impossible, we will all have to stay in this house until 8 o'clock in the morning. But we have some party favors for you in these little coffins. This is my wife's idea. I must say, I think it's rather dangerous. I suppose you all know how to use one of these things, but in case you don't, you just press down on this lever with your thumb and then pull the trigger. You see, they're loaded.
These are no good against the dead, only the living.
Doctor? Lance? Nora?
Go ahead, take it.
Miss Bridges? And here's yours, dear.
I don't need it.
It was your idea. Who knows, you may want to use it on me before this night is over.
Throw these guns away. They won't do you any good.
I agree with Pritchard on that point, although not for the same reason.
Dr. Trent, don't you approve of our little party favors?
Suppose Nora had had a gun when she mistook the blind woman for a ghost.
I don't think anyone else is going to walk around in total darkness. Oh, I'm sure we're not going to go running around the house shooting each other, aren't you?
Who knows? Fear makes people do amazing things.
Mr. Pritchard, you said your sister-in-law killed a man and a woman here and cut them up? You said they found hands and feet, but they never found any heads. Would you like to see one of those heads? Would you all like to see one of those heads? Well then, just follow me.
Darling, I really don't need this.
It's a good thing that Miss Mittens had to leave because she would absolutely hate this next segment. You know, nothing quite says America like food needlessly mutilated for entertainment. And jack-o'-lanterns, of course, are no exception. Jack-o'-lantern being a Gaelic expression, meaning squalor on my front porch. Now, if you're not allowed to use a sharp knife to make your jack-o'-lantern, there's a fun way you can make a mock jack-o'-lantern using your old Mr. Potato Head accessories. So you just take a few of things here, the nose, and I don't know, maybe some eyes, and you can put them in any combination you want. Maybe a little purse, I don't know. And before you know it, you've got a fearsome creature that'll scare the boogies right off your front porch. But if you can use a sharp knife, why don't you go run and get your mom's stiletto right now and try to avoid hurting yourself during these next commercial messages. And when we come back, we're going to carve a real jack-o'-lantern.
Afraid raising the dead ain't within my power.
Will it be all right? Should I be afraid?
It's coming!
Looking for an old woman. She lives somewhere in the mountains hereabouts.
All she can do is take you straight to hell. You go home and you bury your boy.
Some folks would say as how she's got powers.
Who are you?
Ed Harley.
What do you want, Ed Harley? Say it. You're looking for vengeance. Vengeance. Say it. There's an old graveyard way back deep in them woods. The thing you're looking for is in there.
It was an accident.
It's gotta run its course. Now it begins. It begins.
How now, brown cow? British agent Bunny Galore speaking. You're watching OSI 74.
7, 4. Oscar, Sierra, India, 7, 4. Oscar, Sierra, India, 7, 4.
Mercury is on OSI 74.
Here at the bank, we've discovered a fascinating pastime. Hangman. Each player puts a word here. Wrong window. Then they try to guess each other's word. L?
Nope. G?
No. Endorse it. Q?
R.
Right. A?
Nope. L?
No. N. Wrong bank. If you have a little time to kill, get...
Hangman! I won't!
I can't play with these interruptions. Hangman from Milton Bradley.
All right, Mr. Lobo is back and we're carving pumpkins. Well, actually, we're not carving pumpkins. I mean, they're pumpkins whether we carve them or not. If we had a piece of granite here, we could carve that into a pumpkin. But since these are already pumpkins, we're carving them into jack-o'-lanterns. And maybe I belabored that point. But anyway, here we are. And the first thing that you do is you go to the 99-cent store and you buy yourself a professional pumpkin carver's kit. And that includes whatever this is called and this thing. Okay. Then you take this and you cut the, push it through quite simply, and you cut an opening in the top, just quite simply, around the stem, so you can use the stem as a handle. Pretty nifty, huh? All right. Then you take out the innards using your scoopy thing. You just kind of scratch around in there. And you put it in a pie crust, of course. Okay, ready? And you put it in a pie crust like this. Now you put it in a pie pan like this, and you bake it later. That's lovely. There we go. Now don't worry about the seeds, because I understand they're an ethnic delicacy. Now the next thing you do with your pumpkin is you go online to cinemainsomnia.com and you download our keen new Lobo Lantern Halloween jack-o'-lantern template. And you draw it onto your pumpkin like this. And you take your tool and you quite simply, you just push it in there on the dotted, just, you know, Mr. Lobo is not an expert pumpkin carver, and this might take Mr. Lobo all night if I were to try and do this. Do we still have our expert pumpkin carver on hand? Oh, I've seen you've brought your own. Well, I'll just take my little thing and stand over here. There she is.
Just go look in my suitcase. Just go look. But it was in there. A woman's head.
Nora, I think you're a little upset. Would you care for a sedative?
Get out! Get out, all of you! All of you, get out of here and leave me alone! Just get out of here!
You think it's all right to leave her by herself, Doctor?
I wish she'd taken the sedative.
Well, what do you suppose she thought she saw?
They're closing in on her.
Look, Doc, I think somebody ought to stay with her.
There could be 1,000,000 people around her. But if they wanted her, they'd get her.
What if he's right?
He's too drunk to know what he's talking about.
I wonder. I'll join you in a minute.
Do you think it would do any good if you went in and talked to her?
Well, do you think there really was a head in her suitcase?
I don't know.
A thing like that would put me right over the edge.
Look, would you sort of stay up here, I mean, in case she needs help?
All right. I'll be in my room. Just call it.
Thanks.
Are you sure there are only 7 people in this house?
Positive, except for the ghosts.
I don't believe in ghosts, nor in frightening women. In Nora's case, it's gone far enough. Perhaps too far.
What do you suggest we do about it, Doctor?
Don't frighten her anymore.
Nora? 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 Nora! Nora! What do you know about this?
They've taken her. In a little while, she'll be one of them.
Where's Norton? Where is she?
It's too late. It's too late. You'll never find her again.
Pritchard, if you know where she is, you better tell me now.
She's gone. She's gone with them. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Let her down.
Nora?
She's dead, Mr. Lauren. Your wife hanged herself.
Suicide.
Now, earlier, we showed you how to make this delicious pie. I'm not sure why we left the seeds in, but it'll come to me. What we really need now is something to wash it down. Now, the taste combination that drives the little rascals wild this time of year is caramel apple. But really, who needs all the sticky mess and the rewired jaw and the hair stuck to the pillow? What Mr. Lobo likes to do is to take ordinary store-bought caramel apples, add a little apple cider. Some candy corn as a preservative. Now, I know what you're thinking, moms. Is this snack nutritious? Well, it can be if you add a little horse and milk and powder for a protein boost. Just like they do at Django Juice. Blend it all to a smooth, creamy consistency. Oh, put the lid on first. And Viola, your All Saints smoothie is ready to send you into a diabetic coma. Why don't you make one right now during tonight's intermission? Seed! Seed! Stick! Stick!
It's intermission time, folks, and that means it's time for a tasty snack. How about a stroll over to the refreshment counter for a delicious bite to eat? You don't have to worry about missing any part of the show because our announcer will let you know 3 minutes before the show starts again. See you over at the refreshment counter.
Whoa! Well, howdy, folks. It's your old pal, Captain Spaulding again. Yes, I'm here to tell you about a brand new attraction, Mary the Monkey Girl. Oh, yeah, that's right. This here little honey is half real human, half monkey. I brought all the way from the wilds of Borneo. So y'all come in, make sure you bring little Johnny and Susie with you. She'll scare the holy guacamole out of them. And remember, while you're down here, pick up your Captain Spaulding for President t-shirts. Come in all shapes and sizes. Small, medium, large, and jumbo for our big bone friends. We all know how you got that way too, huh? Yes, from eating my delicious fried chicken. Oh, yes, just keeps getting better all the time. God bless America, and God bless Captain Spaulding.
This is Mister Lobo for Cinema Insomnia, and I'm here with Sid Haig, actor extraordinaire.
Well, all right.
Sir Sid Haig.
Oh, no. Don't tell the Queen that.
She doesn't know.
No.
So, Sid, I did interview Jack Hill not too long ago.
Uh-huh.
And we talked a little bit about Spider Baby, so we can start there if you like.
Sure.
I love that movie.
Good. I'm glad.
That movie, in fact, I get choked up when I watch Spider Baby.
Okay.
And I think there's just a lot of really good performances in there. And I just, it's just one of those movies that shouldn't exist, but you're so glad it does.
Yeah.
And, now Jack just said he just kind of turned on the camera and just let everybody do their thing. Is that true from your side of it?
It's pretty much true, yeah. He had a vision for what he wanted. He's a very cool director. And he just imparts that to his actors and then lets them alone and let them do their job, which is the best way to do it. If there's mutual trust, that's the only way to work.
Now, how many times have you worked with Jack?
God, about 10. Yeah. We have an association.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
That's very good. Have you ever worked with Ray Dennis Steckler?
No.
You've never worked with him. Do you know Ray Dennis Steckler?
I know he is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I think he said he knew you, but maybe you don't. Maybe you don't know each other.
Well, maybe we do.
Maybe you do.
See, I'm an old sumbitch, okay? So I might have forgotten. And my apologies to him.
So you were in the House. Is it the House or is it just House?
House.
House. of 1,000 corpses.
Yeah.
Now, I lost count. Are there 1,000 corpses?
Oh, hell, I lost count too.
All right, oh well.
It's
Now,
close if that's not
I
there.
think, did you like having a mask made of yourself? Because I've seen that mask everywhere.
Yeah, that mask is cool.
I
you
mean-
mean, hold on a second.
Okay.
You mean this mask?
I mean, yes. I mean that mask right there. Now, you know that and when Plan 9 from Outer Space, Tor Johnson was the zombie in that movie, and they made a mask of Tor that ended up being immensely popular, still sells well on Halloweens to this day. Made a lot of money for Tor and his family. Do you get a piece of this mask?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's very good because.
And this is, by the way, not a life cast. Chuck Jarman, the artist, took 4 pictures. Okay, 4 views, took it home and sculpted this out of clay. Okay.
That's artisanship.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, my prediction is that 40 years from now, there are going to be people wearing that mask on Halloween.
And I won't know about it because I will probably be in the ground.
You'll be 1,001.
Yeah.
All right. Well, oh well. That's how it goes.
That's right.
We're all going there.
Yeah.
Might as well enjoy yourself.
How liberal is this show that you do?
We're on broadcast television, so that's. Is that
so
what you mean?
I can't show you the back of my shirt.
Oh no. Okay. No. You can show this. The DVD. This will save this for our DVD of our shows, maybe. Everybody fucking dies is what it says. That is the only time you'll ever hear Mr. Lobo say fucking dies. So
But it's the truth.
But it's the truth.
Yeah, see?
It's the truth, and they tell you right up front.
Yeah.
You pay your money knowing that
Everybody fucking dies.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Now, what's your favorite movie that you've worked on?
That's like asking, which one is your favorite kid?
I have a favorite.
Oh, you do?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Well,
that's easy
good.
for me.
All right.
But okay, well, all right. How about this? Which film do you feel you got to really, participate the most in, where you really felt like there was a lot of, you walked out of it feeling that you gave it everything you got, and most of it stayed there in the movie, and
I have 2 films.
Okay.
Spider Baby and House of 1,000 Corpses.
And those were the 2 we talked about. Yeah. So there must be a reason why those stand out.
Yeah, because I was able to use my chops, if you will, and develop the character to what I felt was maybe not its fullest, okay, but at least filled out. And that's always my goal whenever I do anything. I try to give as much personality to the character, humanism to the character, whether it's a flawed humanism or not, okay? But that's always my goal.
Bring it a human quality.
Yeah.
No matter who it is.
Right.
Even if it's Drago from
Jason of Star Command. Yeah.
Which I loved that show as a kid.
Now I'll tell you a little side story.
Okay.
One of the reasons that I was cast in House of 1,000 Corpses is because Rob Zombie and his brother, when they were kids, sat down every Saturday morning and watched Jason of Star Command.
See, so it all ties together. Maybe when you put on the little helmet with the laser eye, you're thinking, but in that is the seed that grew House of 1,000 Corpses.
Oh, yeah. When I put on the helmet with the laser eye, I was just going into a 24th century Iago. Okay? That was it. That's who Dragos was.
Dragos. That's right. There was an S at the end.
Yeah.
It wasn't just Draco.
No.
It was Dragos.
Right.
Dragos.
Right.
Now, did you ever see Peepo? Is Peepo still around?
No.
Did they disassembled him?
Disassembled him.
Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah.
Electronics just doesn't hold its value.
I know it.
That's really
that went
a shame.
the way. No, as a matter of fact, my whole costume and my asteroid spaceship are in some museum somewhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Wow. I like the asteroid spaceship. I tried to build that, and it never worked out.
No. That was an $80,000 model.
$80,000?
That was in the beginning of fiber optics, and each one of those little lights was separately controlled. The motors were all separately controlled. There were 7 motors inside that asteroid that made everything work.
Where are the episodes to that show? Do they exist anywhere?
Nope. I have somebody put together a DVD for me of both seasons.
Wow.
I have that. I know that there
Can I come over to your house sometime and we can watch Jason of Star Command?
Now, I know that there are bogus copies of that DVD in this room right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Well, great. That's good information to know.
Yeah.
So those of you who go to your conventions, maybe ask around, Hey, you know where I can get,
That's the only way you're going to get it.
Rico's?
Yeah.
And there you have it. Now, how many horror films do you think? If you just had to slash it to just horror, do you think you could say how many of those you've done?
4?
4.
Yeah.
4 horror films. Which are the 4 horror films? We already know Spider Baby, House of a Thousand Corpses,
Bloodbath. And it was a sci-fi horror, but Galaxy of Terror.
Galaxy of Terror.
Yeah.
Wow. Maybe you think we can get Galaxy of Terror? Can we get that one? Ah, good.
All right.
So let's pretend we're watching Galaxy of Terror.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
Prepare yourself for the ultimate battle. Galaxy of Terror.
Hell has just been relocated. It orbits a burned-out star at the edge of the galaxy.
They're out there.
It's been waiting 1 billion years to scare you to death. Trapped in a living maze of terror.
What are the odds of us getting out of here?
What are the odds?
Stranded astronauts Edward Albert and Aaron Moran battle hordes of hideous shadow demons, encounter the razor-sharp living glass, brave the pit of doomed souls, just to discover the only way out is death.
Galaxy of Terror.
The ultimate horror in space.
So was that fun? Was that what we just saw there in Galaxy of Terror? I mean, what was it like working on that scene from Galaxy of Terror?
That was totally amazing because there's not too many guys that have got the cojones to chop off their own arm.
Yeah.
Okay.
That takes a certain special kind of person.
Yeah.
My mom could do that.
Yeah, my mom probably could too.
Yeah. Now, a little birdie told me,
yes,
I don't know if it's true, maybe you can clear this up, that James Cameron directed some scenes on Galaxy of Terror. Is there any truth to that?
I am going to go all the way with this and tell you that James Cameron designed the costumes for the crew and directed the second unit.
Wow, there you've heard it there. You can exchange money now. All bets they're off.
That's
now.
That's it.
It's out in the open. We're here. We're fear. We're whatever.
Fear does not exist. Fear does not exist. Not in me. Okay? Most people would say, I'm not going to cop on James Cameron like that. Okay? Hey, you know what? You put your pants on the same way I do, my friend.
That's right. He's not, and you're not ashamed of anything you've done.
No, never.
You put it all on the resume.
Yep, I did.
All right.
Even
fabulous.
the crap.
And there was a
lot of crap. Yes.
Oh, well, There you have it. If you ever want the straight dope, you come to Sid Haig because he will never, ever steer you wrong. And if you really want to keep up with what's happening in the Sid Haig lifestyle, go to your computer, many of you have them, or go to your public library if you don't own a computer, and type in Sid Haig's website,
www.sidhaig2003.com.
sidhaig2003.com. Are you just gonna hang on to 2003?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So even if you're seeing this like years and years and years from now, it's probably still gonna be sidhaig2003.com. And there's got to be something else. There's something else.
Let me be a little inspirational.
Okay.
Okay. If you've got something that you want to do, burning inside you, go for it. 100%. Stay focused. And the most important thing in the world, never quit. Never, never, never quit.
Wow.
Kind of tears you up, don't it?
Excuse me for a second.
Yeah. All right. You'll be all right.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sid Haig, so much. Always a friend to the horror film community. This is horror host Mister Lobo signing off for Cinema Insomnia. Thank you, and thank you.
All right, and
Sid
thank
Haig.
you. Okay.
All right. Thanks.
All right.
What's your pleasure, sir or madam, and all you kiddies too? Sandwiches, freshly made from quality ingredients. Soft drinks, cool, tangy, and refreshing. A hot dog? There you are, tender, juicy, done to a turn with some fixings. Hamburgers, ma'am? Just the way you like 'em. Meaty, moist, and broiled to perfection.
Cinema Insomnia now returns you to our feature presentation.
You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia. And tonight, the creepy Vincent Price and the fetching Carol Omar staging a bizarre couples retreat with lots of booze and bullets and bloodletting. And just like the unfortunate souls in tonight's film, if you can stay at the house on Haunted Hill all the way to the end, Cinema Insomnia and Mister Lobo will pay you $10,000. Kind of works me up a little bit just thinking about it. It's better. $10,000. In fact, with that kind of money, you could live in Los Angeles for a week. So, sit back, relax, draw the curtains, ignore the knocks at the door. It's time to return to William Castle's answer to the Beverly Hillbillies and This Old House, the second half of tonight's feature, House on Haunted Hill.
Please, hide me.
What's the matter?
Hide me. He tried to kill me. He grabbed me and choked me and put me in that room. And then he went away and left me.
Who?
He thought I was dead.
Who?
Mr. Lord.
Are you sure about this?
I don't know. It was dark, but it must have been him.
Has anybody seen you since he left you?
I heard some people in that room, but I went by and nobody saw me.
Mrs. Lauren is dead.
How?
Lauren said she committed suicide, but I think somebody killed her.
Him?
I'm sure you've come to the same conclusion I have.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, let's all have a meeting, discuss what to do. The living room?
Okay, in a minute. I've got to go downstairs. Now, you lock yourself in here and don't let anybody know you're here. If he thinks you're dead, he won't come here. And I'll get back as soon as I can. You'll be all right. And if you have to, you use it. So beautiful. So greedy. So cold. What are you doing in here?
Wait. Don't wait.
What do you mean coming in here?
I didn't want them to take her away.
You're drunk.
They will if you don't watch her.
You're drunk. All right, out with it, Bridget. Why did you come into this room?
I'm the only one who understands.
Understands what?
Your wife isn't there anymore. She's already joined them.
Look, Bridget, I've had enough of your spook talk. Get out, you sot, and don't come back into this room again.
Where's what's-her-name? Nora.
I didn't disturb her since I don't think this concerns her.
No, you're right.
Mr. Lauren, isn't there some way we can get out of this house now?
No, none at all.
We could try breaking out.
The only door to the outside is made of steel. The bars of the windows are set in solid stone. We gotta stay.
I'm not afraid of your ghosts, Bridget. But I am afraid. When we came here a few hours ago, the only thing we had in common was the $10,000 we'd get. Now, however, we share something else. The death of Mrs. Lauren. So far tonight, one of us was almost killed by a falling chandelier. One of us was mysteriously slugged. One of us has been driven to the brink of absolute hysteria, and one of us is dead. Were these accidents? Suicide? And we must stay here for 6 more hours.
6 hours? 6 of us. Time enough.
Who'll be next? How will it happen?
Let me ask you a question, Doctor. You were the first one to see my wife there. Did you also see anything that she could have climbed up on and then jumped?
No.
Did any of you? There was nothing. How then did she get up there so high?
Exactly, Mr. Loren. How? She couldn't have pulled herself up there. She couldn't have dropped from the ceiling. Do you think your wife killed herself?
No. She was murdered by one of you.
Or you, Mr. Loren. To deliberately kill someone, you must have a reason.
We were all strangers to your wife. Only you had a motive for murder.
What husband hasn't at some time wanted to kill his wife? What husband hasn't had 1,000 opportunities to do it in such a way so that he'd never be suspected? I'm not such a fool as to hang my wife from a ceiling by a rope.
The fact remains that you, or one of us, murdered Mrs. Loren. And that's a matter for the police.
So how do we get the police?
That's my point. We can't until morning. What began as a silly party given by an eccentric has now involved us all in murder.
For once, Pritchard may be right. If another murder's in the works, let's stop it now.
Another murder?
Why not? Maybe one of us saw too much.
Why should even a millionaire want to give each of us $10,000 to spend one night in a gloomy old house? To see some ghosts, have a party? No.
Have you finished trying me, Doctor? And is the verdict guilty of murder?
Oh, this isn't getting us anywhere. Somebody killed Mrs. Loren, we know that. One of us is guilty and the rest of us are innocent, okay. Now, what we have to do for the next 6 hours is protect ourselves from each other.
You really think?
I don't think anything. I just know that I'm going to my room. And if anybody comes in, I'll shoot him. Or her.
And if we all stay in our rooms, we'll be safe. Because the innocent will have no reason to leave his room. And the guilty will admit his guilt if he or she does.
And we all have guns.
And we're all agreed?
Oh, I wish this night were over.
Rooms? Guns? I tell you, it doesn't make any difference. They aren't through with us yet.
It's now time to scratch around in Mr. Lobo's mail sack and see what crawls out. This looks interesting. No return address. M.M., you are invited to the Monster Melee from dusk till dawn, Old Haunted Fairgrounds, Haunted Hill. Well, thank you for the invitation, kind viewer, but we'll be here entertaining television audience tonight. Cinema Insomnia will be right back. What's the meaning of this M.M.? You? No. It's probably M.L. It's a typo. Well, maybe it's Monster Melee. See, Monster Melee M.M. Well, maybe mine's in here somewhere. Maybe it's in a different kind of envelope.
There once was a house, a bright, happy home. Something bad happened. Now it sits all alone.
Is this where you're going?
That's Hill House. It's perfect, isn't it? You all suffer from sleep disorders. My job is to find out why.
What's the deal with the Addams family mansion? I gotta be honest, I don't get a real strong sleep vibe from this place.
Don't you love it here? This is so twisted.
Calling it an insomnia study allows me to create a highly suggestive environment to observe the dynamics of fear. You don't tell the rats they're actually in a maze.
I just think Dr. Marrow's up to something.
Have you ever kept something to yourself because you were afraid?
All the time.
I'm
sorry.
You scared the...
Oh my God, what's happening?
None of this is real.
Oh, it is real.
I saw! I saw! I saw! I saw!
OSI's Saturday morning lineup of All Systems Go.
My Vincent fusses for hours over his precious soup stocks. He says good soup comes from good stock. So when I found Nestle's Soup Time with home-style stock and then made it in only 10 seconds, well, I got such an evil look. Oh, but even Vincent admits home-style stock makes Soup Time something special.
I wanted to hate it, but it's just too good. Nestle Soup Time Instant Soups with a home-style stock. Look for our faces on the shelf.
Sugar, honey, honey, my candy corn. Hello, is this rock star Ron Dante of the Archies? This is Mister Lobo from TV's Cinema Insomnia. Mister Lobo? Yeah, that guy. Look, is it true you're doing the soundtrack for James Cameron's Aquaman movie? Oh, well, I read that on the internet. Well, it's just some fanboy website. Look, I was wondering if you could come over and liven up our little Halloween show here by doing a few songs and singing a little bit, You don't have to bring all the Archies. I know Jughead can be difficult to work with. I mean, we have a karaoke machine here if you want to just do the Monster Mash and take a couple of requests and. Oh, I see. Monster Melee. Yeah. Yeah, I heard of that. Well, we did get an invitation. It just was that we're working. Yeah, we work tonight. Yeah, so we can't make it. Sounds exciting. You have a new band, huh? That's great. Well, I hope you have a good time. Okay. Well, I guess we should be getting back into the movie. So I'll talk to you later. Welcome back. It seems that some of Mr. Lobo's potential guests are all out at Halloween parties. I mean, who would have thought that Halloween would be a big party night, but there you have it. So we're just going to be here alone with tonight's misunderstood movie. While the festivities happening elsewhere. So why don't we get into that movie now? Tonight's feature, House on Haunted Hill.
What's the use of saying goodnight?
Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
okay? They've all gone to their rooms and locked themselves in.
Lance, I've been thinking. It was so dark down there. Maybe it wasn't Mr. Lorne.
It was him, all right. He tried to kill you, and he did kill his wife.
How can you be so sure?
She tried to warn me, asked me to help her. The doc thinks he's going to try and kill one of us. Now, there must be a way out of this place, and I'm going to find it and get the police before he does.
I'm going with you.
Well, if he finds out you're alive... No, Nora. You're safer here than any place else. Now, just lock yourself in and keep quiet. If I find a way out, I'll come back and get you.
Hey kids, I'm sure you've asked yourselves many times, or asked your great-grandfather, I didn't realize Ocean 11 was a remake, and hey, why should Frank, Dean, and Sammy have all the fun and get all the broads, especially now that they're dead? Well, Will the Thrill has a solution for you kids. Now you can have your own Rat Pack. Check it out, fits a whole bottle of Jack Daniels, box of cigars, and a package of prophylactics right here. Have it handy right on your back, and only for the Mister Lobo experience, we're giving away free Rat Packs to the first 50 kids who show up. So see you there, ring-a-ding-ding, baby. I just can't see what you're talking about. I don't see your logic. Look, you have 8 legs, I have 2 legs. That's 10 legs between us. I can do the math, okay, sweetheart? Look at this kid. He has no legs, okay? So how can this be our child? You tell me, how could this be our baby? You know, look at me, look at you. This cannot be our child.
Now, Miss Mittens, you got to understand, being fashionably early is even better. It's Will the Thrill from Thrillville.
I know who I am.
I didn't expect to see another host here.
Well, I did expect to see Ms. Mittens. I sent you an invitation. I see you got it, and I also see you brought Mr. Lobo.
Well, you see, she needed a ride, and on the way over here, I thought, this might be an opportunity for Mr. Lobo to mingle with other partygoers, Mr. Lobo could get his freak on and everything.
Yeah, always nice to see you. Always nice to see you, but we got to talk. We have a situation. I'll talk to you later. Come here, walk with me. We got to talk about this.
Will, I didn't recognize you with that big thing on your back.
Oh, you mean my Rat Pack?
Oh, is that what that is? Can you get a juice bottle in there?
Lobo poked out puppets, D-O-O-R-D-O, sugary alphabets, F-O-U-R-4. Kids, taste this cereal you ever met. Talk about it. It's so good eating up the alphabet. Ow! Lobo poked out puppets, S-U-N fun, sugary alphabets, R-U-N run. Taste this cereal you ever met. Talk to me. It's so good eating up the alphabet.
The Custom Monsters are back. Mummy Daddy-O and his pals return with more happening hipster hijinks, with kicking cartoons, cutting-edge tunes, and the cream of custom culture. Saturday mornings on OSI.
It's Rat Bastards TV.
Hello there.
We're going to show short films, music videos, sketches. It's going to be the bomb. Yeah, I said the bomb. Nowhere else. Right here. Don't even look. Hey, you don't want to watch our show? That's why no one asked you to prom. Oh, hell to the no. And the best thing about Rat Bastards TV is it's free, so you get what you pay for. Oh, hold on. No, never mind that. Only here on OSI 74.
There's this guy. He's taking us down the deep, dark mine shaft of perversion. We're crying out loud.
So, all right, what are our goals? What do we want to do? We have a whole channel. We have the fans out there who waiting to see what we're going to do next. What do we want to do?
More stuff.
$20, $19, $18, $17, $16, $15, $14, $13, $12, $11, $10, $9, $8, $7, $6, $5, $4, $3, $2,
If you're just waking up, you're watching Cinema Insomnia. You know, Will, I'm really looking forward to mixing it up with you tonight.
Hey, wait, Mr. Lobo, well, you know, this ain't exactly Thrillville, baby. It's more like Dullsville, you know what I'm saying?
What do you mean, Will? I mean, this is our chance to kind of, loosen our neckties and kick off our shoelaces and go nutsoid.
Let's not go crazy, okay? I mean, it's a broken-down carnival full of has-beens, in fact, never was-es, and you're a big star, baby, you know what I'm saying?
I'm not sure what you mean, Will.
You don't belong here. I mean, you know what I mean? You're the wrong fit. I mean, it's Halloween. I mean, none of the rides here work. This is no place to be. And, and you're a horror host.
But who needs mechanical stimulation when you've got good conversation?
Well, at our age, we need all the stimulation we can get. In fact, I have a Viagra Fez dispenser.
You mean Pez dispenser?
Whatever. The point is, it's Halloween. You're a horror host. You're the horror host of horror hosts. And here you are slumming with us. I mean, shouldn't you be hosting a show right about now? You're Mister Lobo. The little kids are out there right now rushing through trick-or-treating saying, yeah, fill up my bag, give me the candy so I can go home, turn on the TV, and watch Mister Lobo. They're going to go home, turn on the TV, an empty chair.
So you're saying duty calls?
Duty calls. I can hear it right now. I can hear duty calling. Because you know why? And you're the only one who can hear it. You know why? Because who else has the expertise, the experience, the style, the wit, to look into a camera and say, and now back to our shadowy feature, House on Haunted Hill.
An admission of guilt, Doctor?
Certainly not. There's either somebody else in this house or one of us has left his room. Did you hear anything?
Organ music?
That, and someone walking.
You got yours? Ready?
You look downstairs, and I'll look up here.
Why not together?
There may be only minutes, seconds left of someone's life. Why waste time?
Okay, bye, Mr. Lobo. Adios. Sayonara, baby. Hasta la vista. See you later. Via Con Elvis, TCB. Follow that dream. Happy trails. That's it. He's finally gone. Finally. Okay, kids, the real Halloween party can begin now.
Weeble's haunted house, Weebles wobble all about, and it's a real exciting place to be. A smiling ghost with glowing face has a secret hiding place, and that's not all, there's plenty more to see. Cause a Weeble's haunted house is a great place to be. Weeble's haunted house, including glow-in-the-dark Weeble ghost from Romper Room.
We must now break for station identification.
Работает. Улыбается. Значит, люди смогут стыковать корабли, монтировать орбитальные станции, пересаживаться с ракеты на ракету, выходить из аварийных ситуаций. Смелый и важный шаг совершен по пути к Луне. И первыми совершили его
Utopia Fantastica vis Cosmonauts on OSI 74.
So let us remember the past, honor the present, and be amused by the future.
I predict that you will invest in a piece of film history, the original black backdrop for night scenes in the 1959 cult classic Plan 9 from Outer Space was amazingly found at Quality Studios during the making of a documentary. 1.5 to 2 inch squares were affixed to a certificate of authenticity signed by Plan 9 actor Conrad Brooks and Buddy Barnett of Cult Movies. This is a limited edition collectible, and when they're gone, they're gone. A must for every Ed Wood fan. Order yours today for only $29.99. Free shipping in the US. Can you prove it didn't happen?
Order today, only $29.99. Visit us at osi74.com or call us at 1-321-252-4574.
Plan 9 from Outer Space is a cult film. Reefer Madness and Rocky Horror Picture Show are cult movies. I'm Michael Coppener, and this is Buddy Barnett.
There are some food controversies that even a confirmed epicure might find difficult to resolve. Example, is quality best taken hot or cold at Cousins? On the one hand, you have Cousins' sizzling, delectable cheese steak or delicately seasoned Italian sausage, meatballs in a rich Italian sauce. On the other hand, you have ham and cheese, the classic club sub, or Cousins' own special with Italian meats. Hot or cold, there's a Cousins for every appetite.
You're watching cinema. Insomnia.
Will the Thrill selflessly reminded Mr. Lobo the true meaning of Halloween. Service to others. But before Mr. Lobo dives right back into the horror host life forever. This may be my one and only chance to participate in one of Halloween's oldest traditions. It's weird being on this side of the door. Here goes. All right, don't move. You know what to do. Put the stuff in the bag. Don't look at my face. Just put the stuff in the bag. Boy, he seemed nervous. It is the scariest night of the year. Could use a friendly voice about now. Hello? Hello?
Hey, Roman, everybody loves Roman. Come on over here. This is Roman. He's part of the house band. Hey, baby, before you guys go on your next set, you guys are crazy, far out cats. You need to relax a little bit on my new horror host ride. This is our first customer. Check it out, man. It just blew his mind. Right, sir? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, anyway, next. Okay, that'd be you. I'm going to go clear the track. Come on, baby. Check it out.
It's almost over, darling. Every detail was perfect.
What's happening?
We've done it. A perfect crime. Beautiful.
Has she killed him?
Not yet, but she will.
Get me out of this hanging harness. What's taking that girl so long? What time is it?
At first, I couldn't get Nora to want to protect herself with a gun. But after you appeared at the window, everything began to work just as we had planned. You were wonderful. Just the touch that finally drove her into complete hysteria.
It'll be worth all of our planning, darling. Where's Nora now? What's happening?
On her way to the cellar. So scared she'll shoot the first thing that moves.
And Frederick?
On his way to the cellar, too.
David, are you sure none of them will suspect us?
Of what? An hysterical girl accidentally shoots somebody? Who would suspect that we planned it that way, that we drove her to it?
What about my suicide?
But just a ghost party gag. We'll claim it was a dummy since I'm the only one who touched you.
And the caretakers?
Well, they had no idea what they were really doing.
What about Nora? She's not stupid, you know.
Darling, believe me, everything we planned is working perfectly. Nora is sure Frederick murdered you. She thinks Frederick attacked her in the cellar, not me. And now Nora's almost out of her mind with fear. The heads, the music, you're hanging. I tell you, when Frederick walks in there, she'll shoot him.
It's taking too long. David, you ought to be there.
When you hear the shot, come down to the cellar.
Okay, bye, Mr. Lobo. Adios. Sayonara, baby. Hasta la vista. See you later. Via Con Elvis. TCB. Follow that dream. Happy trails. That's it. He's finally gone. Finally. Okay, kids, the real Halloween party can begin now. Hey there, ladies Ladies and gentlemen, guys and ghouls, rat packers and Mickey Mouse clubbers, G-men and B-girls, welcome to the Mister Lobo Experience. And now, without further ado, but with insincere apologies to Ray Dennis Steckler and Hanna-Barbera, I present to you the incredibly strange creatures.
Attention, Insomniacs. Mr. Lobo must warn you that tonight's feature was used by the local poison control center to induce vomiting. Don't stay up late. It's not worth it.
Godzilla has a brain about this size. Because all you of Earth are idiots.
Flying saucers have invaded our planet. The whole world is under attack.
In a cyclonic cavalcade of electrifying horror.
Nothing else matters to me. I'm watching TV. And I'm staying up late. I'm watching TV. I'm watching TV. And I'm feeling okay. I'm watching TV.
Oh, here comes that singing bear again to steal my post-sugar crisp cereal. I'll change my house into a haunted house and scare him away forever.
Granny! Ah, haunted house. Here you are, Lancelot. Hey, Spook, come back with that post-sugar crisp cereal.
Sugar bear, the sugar crisp is in the grandfather's claw.
Thanks, Spook, whoever you are. Easy, Bat Boy, I got very little flying experience. Ah, safe landing. Granny, fancy meeting you here. I'll take that. Sugar crisp, honey of a snack, honey-flavored wheat that's sugary sweet. Oh, I can't get enough of that sugar crisp, sugar
You've got
crisp,
a nice
sugar
singing
crisp.
voice, Sugar. You can get sugar crisp in Post 10s, too.
Post cereals make breakfast a little bit better.
Howdy, folks. Ormond Grimsby here of the hit show Monster Creature Feature.
The dinosaurs have the capability of mental telepathy. All living creatures talk with telepathy. Your cats, your dogs, all of them.
So what brings you out to the art exhibit today?
One of the coolest things that I learned was that the Tillamook Lighthouse killed a lot of people and that they later turned it into a crematorium.
The world's first MMA fight between two quadriplegics, and we are going out with a bang as a fundraiser to help me achieve my dream of climbing Mount Adams.
And what planet do you come from?
Zorax, actually.
Pacific North, weird!
What in the name of God? What did he do to make this house so evil?
Murder, vampirism, cannibalism, drug addiction, alcoholism, sadism, mutilation.
How did it end?
If it had ended, we would not be here.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas, everybody! Cool. Well, it's that time of year again when you, my friends, get to shell out all your hard-earned cash buying presents for people you don't even like. Why not buy them Murder Ride gift certificates? They last all year long. Bring little Timmy and Susie on down. We'll scare the tarnation out of them. Oh, and by the way, when you're down there, make sure that you pick up your Captain Spaulding for President t-shirts come in all sizes. It's the perfect gift for that special someone or something. Oh, Merry Christmas, ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas, ha, ha, ha. Merry Christmas, spend more money. Merry Christmas, right this way. Ha, ha.
Mister Lobo warning you this night TV train from the moving poison control center to new summoning. Don't stay late. It's not worth it.
David? David?
At last you've got it all. Everything I have. Even my life. But you're not going to live to enjoy it. Come with me, murderess. Come with me.
Don't be cold, baby. You know you're the only one for me. There's nobody else. I wouldn't take anyone else on my new horror host ride. How do you like it? It's even better when you've had a bad acid trip like you just had, huh, baby? Hey, nice rack. I keep telling you it's not my kid. Now beat it. Where was I?
The crime you two planned was indeed perfect. Only the victim is alive and the murderers are not. It's a pity you didn't know when you started your game of murder that I was playing too.
There must be some way to get in here.
Oh, it's right along here, somewhere.
Lance! I've shot Mr. Loren. He's down in the wine cellar.
Alive?
I don't think so. It's him. He's alive.
You didn't shoot anyone, my dear. I loaded your gun with blanks. I can tell you all now. Trent and my wife were planning to kill me. They failed. Trent tried to throw me in the vat. My wife stumbled and fell. I'm ready for justice to decide if I'm innocent or guilty.
Now there are 9. There'll be more, many more. They're coming for me now. And then they'll come for you.
3 cents. Mister Lobo. Well, I hope you enjoyed our little bare bones saga, House on Haunted Hill. And as you can see, your humble horror host is no shirker. I'm as good as my word. For those of you who stayed or survived tonight's feature, the sum of $10,000. Divided, of course, by the 1.2 million viewers who got their sets on and presumably still awake. Thank you, A.C. Nielsen. So congratulations, lucky viewers. Lucky viewers like Alice Akabura. Please be looking for your cut of the winnings here. No dollars and $0.008333 Mr. Lobo. As you can see, Mr. Lobo's got a lot of work to do. I've got 1.2 million more of these. So thank you for spending All Saints' Eve with us tonight. And please join us again sometime, won't you, for some more low-key cinema entertainment, the way you like it, here on Cinema Insomnia. Until then, checks in the mail. No dollars and $0.00833, Mr. Lobo. Wow, that episode was fully loaded. There was a lot going on there. We had footage from one of our live shows. We did a House on Haunted Hill presentation where we actually had Emergo, and we had a skeleton coming down on a wire, and we had everything coming down on a wire. Mrs. Lauren hanging by her neck on a wire, the head with the handkerchief stuffed up the neck hole coming down on a wire. we had the costumes, the Ben Cooper or Ben Coupier costumes, which are two of my kids are in there. Derek and Dylan are the Huckleberry Hound costume and the Mermaid Astronaut Barbie costume. And then the crowning achievement of that episode is the music video, the song "I'm Watching TV." When that started, was just an idea that Scott Moon and I had for the show. We wanted to do like a parody of the Banana Splits or the Groovy Ghoulies or any of those Saturday morning cartoon bands, but we wanted to have them be B-movie monsters like Robot Monster or maybe a Kaiju or a Yeti or a Martian. And, you know, we just thought it would be really funny to kind of have a Saturday morning cartoon theme that would be an anthem to late night TV. So that is sort of it was a weird idea, and we didn't think we could really get that sound. And so it just kicked around for a couple of years, and these strange things sometimes just fall into place. And this was one of those strange kind of magical moments where everything just clicked. The person who was the president of the fan club at the time, the Sleepless Nights, Al, he was a big fan in Indiana. He was also Ron Dante's webmaster. Now, I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but I ended up getting a CD from Ron Dante of his music. Now, Ron Dante did the Archies, which was a Saturday morning cartoon. The song Sugar Sugar was #1 on the charts. Every single, Hanna-Barbera had a ton of cartoons where you'd have like a bunch of teenagers get chased by a mummy and this grooving bubblegum pop song would kick in. Ron Dante did a ton of those. Ron Dante did the Reese's Peanut Butter Cups jingle. Ron Dante did my treasured Spider-Man record. My favorite record when I was a kid was a Spider-Man rock opera where every 5 minutes there was a bubblegum pop song about Spider-Man in the story. And I played that record so much that the grooves completely wore off. Like you just put the needle on, it was just, worthless. So the rock comic Spider-Man album had a band called the Web Slingers, and Ron Dante produced and probably was the Web Slingers as the house band on that kids record. So when I got a CD from Ron Dante, it was exciting for me. I knew who he was. And it said, "I love monster movies. I caught your show while I was on tour. I would love to help you on anything. Let me know if you need anything." It was something vague like that, Let me know if you ever need anything. And little did he know that I knew exactly what he could do for us. He could help us produce our song. So we sent him a scratch track of "I'm Watching TV." And this man who produced for Barry Manilow and Cher and Neil Diamond, gold records all over his office, he did not need to stop everything and help us produce this song for a late night movie host show. But he did. He loved the song. He produced on it. He sang on it. He played guitar on it. That's like having Archie and Jughead perform for you. It was a dream come true when that song came together. Between Scott's music and my lyrics and everyone's producing, and then we had a local band called 70 that was the house band that with the drums and the other instruments that are in the song came from. So everyone participated in it, and once we had that song and that sound, it opened doors. Eric Yee, who made mascot costumes, provided 2 of the monsters. Larry Scholl, who was a Disney animator, did the 4-cycle run of all the characters running in a sort of Scooby-Doo style at the end of the episode. That we had to color ourselves and incorporate into the show, but to just have that talent on there made it so much better. And we had Brandy and Liesel, who were our Jans in the Pans, singing the song. Everyone who heard the song wanted to help us make the video, and Ken did a great job directing and editing. It just all came together. And so, you know, it's an interesting thing because it reminds me of Ray Dennis Steckler when I interviewed him, and he said, you know, sometimes everybody is just with you. I didn't make the incredibly strange creatures who stopped living and became mixed up zombies. I was having an experience. And when we were making our band, The Incredibly Strange Creatures, or sometimes called the Mister Lobo Experience, when we were putting that together, we were having an experience, and it was a magical thing. So that's my story about the song I'm watching TV. People talk to me about it all the time. It's a highlight of the series, a high watermark of the show, and a dream come true. And just every time I see it, I smile and think, wow, we did this thing. It was just we had no money and no time, and somehow it just happened anyway. So that was an exciting thing. I wanted to get into the Insomniac mail sack. Instead of the standard letters, I wanted to show off some of the great things that we've been getting from our fans through Amazon, our Amazon wish list more particular. We're getting ready to make new programs for you, and we have a list of props and things that we would think would be helpful to help us make those new shows. And you have not been slacking. You have been sending us things like these Torgo hats that I showed you before the first feature. You know, we have 2 of them. And how many do we need of these, Aaron?
7.
We need 7 of them. So we're 2 closer to that. So we were thinking about bringing back the Louisiana Klingons to Cinema Insomnia, and so someone sent us this Klingon bird of prey. We're of course going to have to modify it, maybe add like a broken muffler and a rebel flag, but this will be the IKV Bayou Serpent for our Louisiana Klingons when we make that episode. And then of course, so not all these things are props. This is something that is useful as a prop, but for live shows too. Very crinkly. 3D glasses, and I don't know how many of them are here, like looks like 100 pairs of 3D glasses. I can never have enough. If you get us the decoder glasses, which are the red lenses, those are what we use for the Blood-O-Vision glasses. So thank you very much, whoever sent this to us. We have a necktie. Someone sent us a necktie. I can finally get rid of this one that's got a hole in it. Maybe we'll sell this on Patreon, one of Mr. Lobo's old neckties. And then this is, speaking of, brought up the Klingons, but I should have shown this when I showed the IKV Bayou Serpent. This is the Batliff. Batliff, right? This is, of course, a Klingon weapon, so for Louisiana Klingons, you know, I guess they're going to have some sort of honorable fight. Aaron is writing a script that needs a Batliff. I think Aaron just wants a Batliff, honestly. But that's fine. He deserves it. He works hard. And look at this. This is unbelievable. Incredibly generous. This wasn't even on the list. This is Iron Man's Infinity Gauntlet, which we may have to write into the episode, right?
Yeah, we'll definitely have to write it into a episode so far.
Totally have to write it into the show. This is so cool. You know, we like to celebrate fandom in all its forms and all its weirdness, and we like to poke holes in all of it, so we can have some fun with that for sure. And, you know, we don't just need, it's cool to get props and fun things, but there are very practical things. Like last week, Thomas Reed sent us this hard drive last week, which is something that we really need. Hard drives are something we need. There are other practical things like microphones and camera equipment. You know, those are the sorts of things we also need. They're maybe not as fun, but they're definitely things that we need. And if you have some sort of problem with Amazon, you know, because they are vultures and evil demons that are trying to take over the world. If you have a problem with Amazon, you don't want to get us anything off the Amazon wish list, you can just look at what the stuff that's there and say, you know what, I can get that myself. I can steal that from my uncle or something. And you can just mail us the thing. We have an address, OSI 74, Box 74, at Glen, Pennsylvania, 19310. So if you want to send us a letter, or if you want to send us a prop or microphones, you can just send it directly to the P.O. Box, and you don't have to have Amazon's talons, sticky tentacles wrapped all through it. So that, I think that covers the stuff, right? The Amazon wish list is. Do we have the Amazon wish list on the screen?
I'll
Probably.
put it up right now.
Put it up there. Okay. So thank you for that. And now it's time for a little trivia in cinema. We're going to learn a little bit about Vincent Price Jr., the American actor best known for his performances in horror and in misunderstood movies. Was born in St. Louis, Missouri, son of Vincent Leonard Price Sr., president of the National Candy Company. Bet you didn't know that. He was a descendant of aristocrats, okay? His acting career began in London with Orson Welles' Mercury Theatre. He appeared on stage, television, and radio, and in more than 7 million films. That's right. He has 2 stars on the Walk of Fame, which is more stars than most of the movies that he was in. He was an art collector, and he has an art museum named after him in his honor. And a lot of people don't know that he was Charlemagne's uncle. He had a gold-plated esophagus. And he was the ambassador to the Netherlands. A lot of people don't know that because it's not true. But what is true is that he's a noted gourmet cook, and he has his own cookbook. And this is a treasure. It's the treasury of great recipes by Mary and Vincent Price. Every weirdo kid, every monster kid, every spooky kid wants to find Vincent Price's cookbook somewhere. We found this at a library sale or a thrift store, and I think we paid like $1 or $5 at the most for it. Aaron, how much are they going for on Amazon? Did you look up what it was?
Anywhere from $100 to $250.
Wow.
Depending on the condition of the book.
So, and I know Count Gordeval from Creature Feature, he has one in his set. If you ever look at his set real close, he's got a copy of Vincent Price's cookbook opened up at his podium. So yeah, it's a fun thing, a holy grail for a lot of people to find a copy of it, and we have it right here. I was thinking it might be fun to see the more sophisticated side of Vincent Price and maybe read one of the recipes, something that has nothing to do with horror movies. So I'm going to just randomly pick coquette and brandy sauce, and okay, all right. Okay, this one looks good. Braised liver with onions a la Clarice. 8 tablespoons of butter divided, 1.5 cups of diced white onion, 1 pound fava beans shelled and peeled, 1/2 cup red wine, Chianti preferred, 1 pound of liver of a young census taker. Okay, I think I'm just going to stick with the candy corn. Why don't you make yourself something criminal during tonight's intermission?
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Delicious things to eat. The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy, the chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Guess what? Guess what would taste good right now to everyone in the car? Candy. We've got your favorite kind at the concession stand. Come on down and pick out the kinds you want to enjoy during the rest of the show. Be sure to get plenty because everyone likes candy, and our big variety is chosen to please everybody's taste.
Before we begin, you must all be warned. Nothing here is vegetarian. Bon appetit.
Halloween doesn't have to be spooky. Not with Easter Seal Safe Halloween coupons, the safe treat that gives treatment. Safe Halloween coupons are good for treats at stores and restaurants. Give them to trick-or-treaters or treat yourself. Give Easter Seal Safe Halloween coupons because Halloween should be warm and friendly.
Coupon books available at area Burger Kings, NCNB banks, and AMC theaters.
Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Beecher, with Vincent Price as our master of ceremonies, David Brookman and the Treasury Orchestra and Chorus, and starring Mr. Orson Welles in Violet Atkins' story of unconquered Yugoslavia, The Chetniks.
Chetniks, the bugles are blowing.
Chetniks. In a gloomy forest back in the hills of Yugoslavia, a group of men stand in a half circle around their leader. On the edge of the circle, the lookout stands, alert, his gun poised. In the dim half-light beneath the great trees, these fierce men take a vow that will consecrate them forever to one service. Listen to their grim oath as their leader, Dusan, speaks.
You will repeat after me. For the glory of Yugoslavia,
for the glory of Yugoslavia,
and for the greater freedom of the world,
and for the greater freedom of the world.
Take a step forward. Speak your names.
See their faces lifted to Dusan, all different but all molded and merged into the same hard, fierce distinction of their new destiny to free Yugoslavia. That boy with the newly healed scar down his cheek. The middle-aged man with the sensitive scholar's face.
Martin Vodyornik.
The young woman with the grave, tragic eyes.
I, Sonia Godnik.
That thin face of the born soldier, rigid with purpose.
I, Boris Tampa.
The square-jawed peasant with the grizzled hair.
Swear to fight for the freedom of Yugoslavia until the enemy is driven from our country.
Swear to fight for the freedom of Yugoslavia till the enemy is driven from our country.
And God lives again in Yugoslavia.
And God lives again in Yugoslavia.
They raised their hands solemnly, dedicating their lives to that pledge. They are all dressed as peasants, many in ragged, patched clothes. Some are barefoot, and each carries on him the only possessions left to him in the world, his gun, his cartridge belt, his knife, and the vial of poison sewed into the lapel of his coat, so he may never be taken alive.
Never be taken alive.
One for all, and all for one, until death.
One for all, and all for one, until death.
Until death.
You are now, each of you, a member of the Chetniks.
Yes, there's an air that's
Full-bodied, refreshing hot coffee makes any time a pleasant interlude. Won't you have some now?
Now, Johnny, we're going to cook trout, and we're going to cook zucchini, and we're going to cook cucumbers, and we're going to make an aioli sauce, which is mayonnaise and garlic. And I want to ask you first, because this trout is beautiful and fresh. You see, you can always tell because of the color of the gill and everything. Smell? What smell?
That's a fish.
Yes, it is.
It's a fish, but it smells fresh and
Isn't it?
Been good.
It's beautiful.
Been cleaned.
Now, do you mind it with the head on and the tail on?
I never like to eat anything that's looking at me.
You don't? Well, then, would you mind
you can
cutting...
Put it, blindfold him or something. You can leave the head on, but put a mask on.
Put a little something on it, like, all right.
Cut the head off?
Should we cut the head off?
Yes.
All right. Okay, there we go.
Are you done yet?
Yep. Now, we'll leave it in the pot, though, huh? You don't mind the tail, do you?
No.
As long as it doesn't wag at you.
But do you cook that?
Yes. Now, what we do, you see, we cut lemon slices very nicely. And I'm going to give you something very nice, thin lemon slices. We stick them in the little belly in there. Yes, put them in the little belly.
Hide them in the trout
now,
there.
Now, squeeze that over it.
Squeeze the rest of the lemon over the trout.
Just not too much. There it is.
Now, the skin is on. You've just scaled it.
Skin is on. Yes, so it's been scaled, you know. It's a beautiful trout. Now you put a little parsley in there. That's, rue. And then, let's see, now.
Is this boned?
Yes. No, it isn't boned. It'll be boned after it's cooked.
Little olive oil?
Now you do a little olive oil. That's just to sort of give it a little jazz. A little bit of salt and pepper here. Pepper. Salt. A little bit of salt. This is a marvelous one. It does both. And a few scallions.
How does that do both?
One comes out one end, one comes out the other. It took me a half hour outside to figure that out.
Now,
what we do, we sort of fold this up, you see, like this. Now, we pour in a little bit of white wine. Would you put just a tiny bit of white wine?
I want to see if it's fresh first.
Yes, please do. Is it all right?
Are you sure?
Yes, very good. Now, just a little on the fish, please.
How much? Just
That'll do it. Come out. Now
I want a happy fish. Okay.
This is a happy fish, I'll tell you that.
Aluminum foil, right?
Aluminum foil. Aluminium foil, as they say in England. Now, nobody's ever been able to figure that out, have they? Now, wrap it up again, and wrap it up really neatly, Okay. Now, I'm going to trade with you. And I'm going to make the zucchini. Now, would you tear off a piece of aluminum foil, please? And the zucchini will be chopped up like this. Ooh, there it goes.
AT&T is down.
Okay, there we go. I'll put that right there. Thank you. Now, we chop up the zucchini. And if
salt and pepper?
Yes, a little salt and pepper, please. A little bit of olive oil. You got to screw that one.
See.
Yes. So sorry, I didn't really mean that.
Fresh zucchini.
Yes. Now, you see, now, you do that. Now, you put a little bit of dill on it. No, that's the wrong thing. There's the dill. A little bit of dill. Yeah. And again, a little bit of... that's enough. That's fine. Now, a little bit of olive oil, like that.
And
a little
some
salt
wine.
and pepper, please. Yeah, no, you want a little wine
Little
in it?
wine, of
Well,
course.
let's try the wine.
Maybe it's gone bad.
Yeah. You sure it's all right?
Yeah, it's still fresh. You do have to let it breathe a little bit, don't you?
Yes, you do. That's enough. Don't waste it.
Don't leave it.
All right, now that goes in like that, you see? Now we wrap that all up like that, and we have that. Now, the aioli sauce, which is really garlic, mayonnaise, and sour cream, and a little bit of stuff. I want you to gook all that garlic
That's
in
garlic,
it.
isn't it? Put it all
No.
Don't.
Squeeze it.
What?
Squeeze.
Oh, excuse me.
Squeeze it. Oh.
Put it in the garlic press?
Yes, put it in the garlic press.
One at a time, or?
Yep. Yes, you have to do that. Attaboy. Into the soup.
Now we just...
A little more mussel could be used.
Oh, I see. All right.
That's it. That's great. Now, a little bit more.
So you put a few of those in there?
Yes.
Right.
Now, okay, now I've cut up the cucumbers while we were selling something there.
Right.
And now what you do with these are just cucumbers, and you just put a little bit of French dressing on them, just a little bit. Now, wrap that up.
Wrap those up.
Wrap that up. Okay, and here are some pears, halves of fresh pears.
Put a little red wine on them.
A little red wine.
You want to try it and see if it's fresh?
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
It's fine. Then you put a little bit of sugar and cinnamon, which you can buy already mixed. Put that on it. Now, that should be wrapped up, too.
Everything goes in foil.
Yes, everything goes in foil. And there we have our basic dinner. Now,
I understand there's a kicker on this whole thing.
There is. Now you take it down to Chasen's, and you have them cook it for you.
Now, you put this in the oven? You don't put it in the oven.
No, you don't.
Now,
and
listen.
I'll tell you what you do put it in. Here it is. The dishwasher.
Actually?
Truly, absolutely true. Now, I give you my word that an hour before the show started...
It's true.
We cooked exactly that meal in this dishwasher on the full cycle, mind you. Now, on the full cycle.
The water and...
Everything. Yeah, no rinse.
No rinse?
No, and no soap.
But the drying and all of
everything, the whole bit. Now, here it all is. There are our dishes.
And they're hot.
Now, they're hot, and we hope they're done. And I'm sure they are done because we've tried it, and it was successful. And we'll take a look first at the
Why do you use a dishwasher? Just to,
Because it steams and it heats, and fish is one of the few things you couldn't do, you know, meat or anything like that in it.
So
But fish cooks in only a very short time, and it really is kind of beautiful. Look at how beautiful that is.
Now, look at that.
Huh?
That has been done.
Yes.
It's all hot.
Is it?
How now? Yeah. Now you leave that in the
yes,
whole
you leave
cycle.
that. Now, if you go over there, I'm going to bring you a little sample.
All right.
You want to take the wine with you, Johnny?
No, I think I've had enough.
Why don't you drink it here?
Getting up.
Huh? Now, let's see. First, we'll bone a little. Oh, look, isn't that beautiful? Look at that.
Oh.
Look at that flesh. Come on.
Do you bone that well? That's the thing that I don't know how to
Well,
do.
that's just something you have to learn how to do. I've been married so many times, I've learned how to bone anything.
We hope you enjoyed our Half-o-ween party intermission. Welcome back to our Mr. Lobo's Cinema Insomnia fan group watch party, twice the price, Half-o-ween double feature. I am still your host, Mr. Lobo, and you are still whoever you are. I wanted to remind you about the poster giveaway. We still have this. So far, the jokes aren't that great, so we might end up keeping this poster. No, I'm just kidding. We love to see your comments, and one of you is going to be going home tonight with this poster. Sometime before the end of the last feature, I will just randomly pick someone who's in the chat, and we will mail this poster to them. So I just wanted to remind you to just stay tuned, because you might be the winner of this. So there's that. A quick anecdote about the bat. Oh, wait a second. I'm going to get a couple more of these in my mouth. Quick anecdote about the bat. I was making that episode in about 2012 initially. This was when we were at Zombie TV. They were based out of Manassas, Virginia. And we would have to drive 4 hours to make the episodes with them. And we tried to get as much done as possible. So we ended up with a lot of shows that ended up semi-complete or sat around for a long time until Aaron put them together for OSI 74. The bat was quickly put together. Zombie TV had ordered bats for us for the bat stashes, which you'll see in the episode. And the bat stashes were way too big. And we kept cutting these bats down with scissors smaller and smaller to try to get them to fit on our faces. And I don't know if it quite ends up working, but we got what we got, and we got the episode. And I think that really the shining star of that episode is Dixie. Dixie really sells the Babs character as the mystery writer. And we're actually thinking of creating a mystery game, like a humorous mystery game based on Babs as the mystery writer and the characters of the book that she's trying to write on the episode, which you'll see in the bat. But anyhow, years later, after we shot the material at Zombie, Aaron Lane put together the episode, and in the intermission, we thought it would be fun to add some additional material. and Aaron found this French film, which I believe is translated as Haunted Castle, and it's what's the French word?
French one's La Manoir de Diable. It's like Manor of the Devil.
Okay, so it's considered by film historians to be possibly the first horror film, right?
Yeah, it's the first horror film from 1896. And at the beginning of it, there's a bat, and it turns into Mephistopheles, which is why we put it in the bat.
Yes, and then of course we renamed Mephistopheles Spasferatu. Yeah. And we renamed the whole short Manure of the Devil or something like that. What is Le Manure de Diablo is what we mature writers renamed. So yeah, so we took like this revered first horror film and just butchered it like a couple of jackasses. But anyhow, you can enjoy that in the intermission.
The subtitles may or may not be legitimate.
What do you mean may or may not?
They'll figure it out.
But that's interesting about these watch parties because you get 3 intermissions and 3 oaths. But to be honest, I think you're going to need every single one with what we've got going on here. So let me take this time right now before we get things started to thank you on a personal level. These watch parties mean a lot to me. I hope they mean something to you. It's certainly helping us shake the rust off. It's certainly helping us because we're seeing so much support from you. I mean, in the things that you're mailing us and the things that you're doing, it's more than worth our time to do these for you because, we're feeling your appreciation. So hopefully you're feeling our appreciation for your appreciation. Anyway, I think we're making sense. Maybe we aren't. But the reality of it is that I just do want you to know that you are not taken for granted, that Mr. Lobo does appreciate you. And we hope to just keep doing these for the foreseeable future as often as we are able to do them. And of course, bringing you some legit new episodes as soon as we can. And now, Cinema Insomnia presents a classic episode from 2015. And we've got 2 Mercury players in this. We have Vincent Price and Agnes Moorehead doing the 4th film adaptation of the 1920 play The Bat that we like to call The Bat.
Don't kill me, man! Don't kill me! Don't kill me, man!
Smells like balls. You are under my power. Look into the hypnotic eye. Time now to enter Mister Lobo's domain. Look out! Open your mind to the possibility that they're not bad movies, just misunderstood. You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia.
Greetings. We found another kinescope of a classic black and white episode in our vault, back when the show was called Insomniac Theater, and we were on a major network. And Mr. Lobo was perhaps a bit younger and perhaps a bit more full of himself. Hard to believe. We must warn you that some of the points of view that were commonplace in the early 60s are considered naive and unhealthy today. So take this flashback show with a grain of salt and historical context, and consult your nearest angry mob if you're not sure how to feel. And now, without further ado, let us go back in time to the year 1964 for another lost episode of Insomniac Theater.
Insomniac Theater with your host, Mister Lobo.
You're not dreaming. You're watching Insomniac Theater on your local flagship broadcasting station, sponsored by Horse and Milkin'. Mothers, don't breastfeed your baby. This isn't China. It's the 20th century. Instead of yours and milkin', give your baby delicious, powdered horse and milkin'. Welcome to the program. I'm your host for this evening, Mister Lobo, filling in for the usual hostess of the FBS late night movie. If you read the scandal sheets, you know. Dark Sarcasma has been blacklisted. She's taken the red car to Lesbo Island, probably sleeping with Stalin's sister. But horror and sci-fi film fans, fear not. We're showing a scary picture tonight. We're going to do some live, creative experiments never before tried on TV. And when appropriate, a little fun. We'll also have a promotion, a brand new promotion with Horse and Milkin'. On specially marked cans, you will find these keen, better than 3D glasses, a new invention from the boys at Flagship Laboratories. They're calling them Bat-O-Vision, and they will add amazing color to any TV program. Some color. One color. Actually, the sum of all colors. Black. Some background on the film. It's pretty obvious whoever created Batman, no proper names, Mr. Lobo doesn't want to get sued, was inspired by this 1926 film. No word if Jappy the Butler inspired anything. This was a forward-thinking movie. I mean, a whoopee cushion is a bold, dramatic choice for a silent film. And why is this never mentioned in the same breath as Birth of a Nation? It's as visually interesting and almost as racist. Fun fact, embezzlement wouldn't be invented until the following summer. So 1926 was the last year bank presidents had to dress like supervillains to steal from their own bank. Anyway, you'll see all of this for yourself right now as we present the silent but deadly feature, The Bat. What's this? It's Babs from the front desk with a note for Mr. Lobo. Excuse me. Apparently, Mr. Lobo misunderstood. We're not showing The Bat 1926. We're showing the newer The Bat from a couple years ago. When will these remakes stop, huh? Wish someone told Mr. Lobo earlier. Spent the whole day at the public library writing material I can't use. Mr. Lobo apologizes and will be taking steps to see that this sort of thing doesn't happen again in the future. But for now, put on your Bat-O-Vision glasses as Insomniac Theater presents the FBS broadcast debut of The Bat.
A house in the country which I rented for the summer. As an author, I write tales of mystery and murder. But the things that happened in this house were far more fantastic than any story I've ever had published. I brought a staff of servants from my city apartment, and my maid Lizzie Allen, who had been with me nearly 20 years. Lizzie?
Yes, Miss Cornelia.
Is the car ready?
the door. Look, Miss Grenada, them servants you brought from the apartment are talking about walking out on us.
Really? Well, I know they don't like it here, but I didn't think it was that bad.
Well, they've been hearing things about the killer that the police call the Bat and the murders that he committed here this past winter. Now people are saying that he's back again.
Well, how can they be sure of that? Has he committed another crime?
No, not yet, but that ain't saying that he won't. Here's something else. You've heard about the bats they have here. Animal bats, the kind that fly.
Yes, yes.
Look what it says in this magazine. This is a report from the State Health Department, and it says some of them bats is rabid.
Well.
And that ain't all. Now there's a rumor going around that it was the bat himself, the killer, I mean, that released the rabid bats in this neighborhood.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Well, the housekeeper, the cook, the butler, and the upstairs maid don't think so.
Well, I can't help what they think. If hysterical nonsense like that can scare them out of their good jobs, it's their loss, not mine. Come on, Lizzie, I've got to get to the bank. Drive directly to Zenith Bank, Warner. I'm afraid we'll have to hurry. It's near closing time.
I'll get you there, Miss Van Gorder.
Thanks again.
Miss Van Gorder.
How do you do, Mr. Barry?
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. You remember Lizzie Allen?
Of course. Hello, Miss Allen.
How do you do?
So you're spending the summer with us again?
Yes, yes. I've leased the Oaks, the home of your bank president, John Fleming.
I heard you had. I was surprised.
Why? Is there something the matter with it?
No. I was surprised because Mr. Fleming said he would never rent it.
Oh? Well, I rented it from his nephew, Mark Fleming, who has the real estate office here. He said his uncle would be gone the entire summer.
That's right. Mr. Fleming's in the North Woods now with his physician, Dr. Wells. Oh, pardon me. Dale, I want you to meet my wife. We were married at Christmas time.
That must have been nice.
Believe me, it was. Oh, here she is.
Oh, dear.
My wife, Miss Van Gorder, Miss Allen.
How do you do, Mrs.
How do you do? Cornelia Van Gorder.
Yes.
Oh, well, I've read every murder mystery you've ever written. I just adored that weird one, The Private Morgue of Dr. X, even though it gave me the shivers.
Only the shivers? Scared hell out of me.
Oh.
Well, I really mean that Miss Corney killed them off in that one.
When you refer to my books, please don't call me Miss Corney.
Pardon me, Mr. Bailey. Mr. Hines is here to see you.
Oh, yes. Excuse me, please.
Oh.
Don't be strangers now.
No, no, we
I should
won't.
say not.
Oh, so you're a bride.
Well, not quite.
Not since Christmas.
No, I'm sure I've seen you.
Well, I used to be my husband's secretary here in the bank.
Of course I remember.
May I welcome our most distinguished visitor back to Zenith?
Oh, that's very charming, but,
Lieutenant Anderson.
Lieutenant Anderson, of course. Chief of Detectives of the Zenith Police Department. This is Miss Allen.
Miss Allen.
How do you do?
Lieutenant Anderson is one of our favorite citizens. He's on the bank's board of directors.
Not bad for a policeman.
You must have made a good thing of it.
Well, I saved my money, if that's what you mean.
It's near closing time, and I've got some business in the safe deposit vault. Please come and see me, Mrs. Bailey.
Oh, I'd love to.
And you, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Nice to meet you. My, what a charming woman. She moved into the Oaks just the other day.
That house is a proper setting for a writer of mysteries.
Oh, it certainly is. Vic, what's the matter?
Come in here, both of you. Andy, we're in trouble. Wendell Hines came in to pick up $350,000 worth of bonds that we were holding as collateral for a loan. They were kept in our special vault. Mr. Fleming and I are the only officers of the bank who have access to that vault.
So?
The Hines bonds are gone. That's not all. Other negotiable securities are missing. From what I can gather, short of a careful check, the bank has been looted of over $1 million worth of securities.
You'll have to notify Fleming.
I wish I could talk to him.
Unfortunately, he and Dr. Wells are deep in the woods. They can't be reached by phone.
What is it?
I thought I heard someone on the path coming from the lake. Had an idea it might be that guide of ours.
Oh, Sam won't show up until morning. It's a 20-mile canoe trip from here to civilization.
5 will get you 10. Sam has a message for me.
I thought you told him at the bank not to bother you.
I did, but they'll bother me. Doctor.
Yes, John.
What would you do for $500,000?
Anything short of murder.
Why not murder?
Too messy.
Too great a risk?
For $500,000? Yes.
I pinched $1 million from the bank. Well, I'm not kidding. I embezzled it.
Not that I think you wouldn't do it if you thought you could get away with it.
I got away with it. I'm not talking about currency. I took negotiable securities that could be converted into cash. I have the cash. In 10s, 20s, and 100s.
Well, I'm your doctor, not your lawyer. Why tell me this?
You'll find out why.
Who's going to take the blame for the robbery?
Bailey, the cashier. They'll never suspect me.
I like Bailey.
Well, so do I. I love the guy. I gave him his first chance.
He has a lovely little wife.
Charming girl. Was the best man.
Where's the $1 million?
In my family's tomb in Zenith. In the crypt with my father's casket.
I don't buy that, John.
No?
No. You forget that I had you in charge when you were a very sick man. When you raved in delirium. And I heard you talk about a hidden room. Now, where else could you put a hidden room except in that mansion you built? That white elephant you call the Oaks.
Look, everyone knows I have a bad heart. Now, who would doubt it if you wired the bank directors that my heart had failed? That I had fallen from a great height here in the woods, and that I was badly smashed up. You could ship the body back for burial and instruct them not to open the casket due to the condition of its contents.
Well, you realize, of course, that we'd have to have a body to put in that casket, which means that we'd have to deal with an undertaker at this end.
Of course.
Well, where do we get a body?
Couldn't we provide one of our own? How about Sam?
Sam, our guide?
Sam weighs about as much as I do. He's practically a hermit. He wouldn't be missed for a long time.
The local undertaker would know him.
Not if we made him look as if he'd been in a serious accident.
But if Bailey's going to take the blame, why'd he have to do this?
A jury might acquit him. In that case, I'd be a logical suspect. I could disappear, of course, but it's safer if they think I'm dead.
What if I don't go for this deal?
In that case, it would be too bad.
You mean you'd kill me?
What else could I do? Now that I've told you about the $1 million, I'd say you were shot in a hunting accident. Now, look, Doctor, if you can find another body instead of Sam's, it's all right with me. There's $500,000 in it for you.
I'll do my best.
I smell smoke.
So do I. What's that noise?
Look, Doctor, the woods are on fire. It's coming this way. We've got to get out of here. Out the back way.
We will. As soon as I provide that body we were talking about.
Hello? Hello? Oh, that's better. Yeah, I can't see anything with these battle visions on. I'm as blind as a... Oh, I get it. Yeah, they say TV is radio with pictures, but honestly, you know, I heard Hawaiian noises at the beginning. Those hula girls sound a bit rough, though. Oh. Bunch of old maids and middle-aged men in high-waisted pants. Yeah, I think Mr. Lobo was making up a better movie in his head. Well, here is something I think the rest of you should see. Insomniac Theater will be right back.
You know, I don't just roll out of bed an evil super genius. I mean, really. I start my day off with the breakfast that all super geniuses start off with. That's right, Blast-Off cereal. Fortified with real sugar and rich milk chocolate. And with every box, you'll get a special Rocket Patrol spaceship model. So kids, launch your breakfast with sugar-charged Blast-Off, just like the heroes from Rocket Patrol do. Blast-Off cereal, it's goo-goo-goo-delicious!
You won't believe your eyes.
B-movies. On your computer and on the TV.
Somebody needs parental guidance.
Nobody call for help.
Y'all don't be scared. Turn into midnight frights.
Greetings, my friend. I am the all-powerful Criswell. We are all interested in the future because that is where you and I will be spending the rest of our lives, whether we want to or not.
Hawaiian Punch comes in big cans, little cans, and frozen cans. In big grocery stores, little grocery stores, and frozen grocery stores. That's fairly funny.
Fruit juicy, butters. Hey, how about a nice Hawaiian Punch?
Sure.
Good mood of you, Tennessee. Fruit juicy, Hawaiian Punch. Fruit juicy, Hawaiian. Wasn't that a refreshing commercial?
Tonight's feature is so scary that it may cause your brain to shut down in order to protect your heart. Time now to take the Insomniac Oath. Please assume the position and repeat after Mr. Lobo. I, as an initiated member of the Sleepless Nights of Insomnia, do solemnly swear to watch the movie, the whole movie, and nothing but the movie, So Help Me, Mr. Lobo. That'll be all, Babs. And now, let us return to the broadcast premiere of tonight's feature, The Bat.
Yes, Miss Cornelia. There's a storm coming up, and it's gonna be a snorter. The wind nearly blew the door off its hinges.
Well, that noise blew my game higher than a kite. I think I've lost some of the cars.
Oh, I'll get them for you.
Oh, I see you found the paper.
Drat that paper boy, scooting by on his bicycle, just chucked it into a clump of bushes and let it go at that. For land's sake, Mr. Vic Bailey's been arrested.
Oh?
I think.
Victor Bailey, vice president and cashier of the Zenith Bank, was arraigned before United States Commissioner Alvin Fielding, charged with the embezzlement of over $1 million. I can't believe Vic Bailey had anything to do with that robbery. Oh, well, I see our landlord is home again.
Landlord?
Mr. Fleming. Dr. Malcolm Wells is back in town with the body of John Fleming, president of the Zenith Bank, who was killed in a forest fire. Mr. Fleming will be laid to rest in his family's tomb on Friday.
And I hope he stays there.
Well, why shouldn't he?
Well, this is his house. And ever since he died, some funny things have happened here.
For instance?
The housekeeper, the cook, and the butler said that they heard strange noises at night. And the upstairs maid swore that she met a man without a face coming up the back stairs.
Oh, so that's why they quit and left me to run this place without a staff.
They didn't tell you, Miss Corney, but the truth is they were scared to stay.
But you're still here, Lizzie. Haven't you seen anything?
No. No, and even if I had, I ain't afraid of ghosts. They're afraid of me. Honest, Miss Corney, a spiritualist told me once that ghosts was allergic to me. But this bat feller they keep talking about in the paper, I guess he'd be different.
No, I don't think you'd have the same effect on him.
Oh, dear. What are they trying to do? Drive people away from this part of the country?
Why? What does it say about the bat?
His specialty seems to be killing women. My goodness, 2 of them in one night. All his victims died the same way, like their throats had been ripped open with steel claws.
That's a charming little caper. I'll have to try it sometime.
In a book. That ain't nothing, just something bumping against the house. That's just the wind banging a door. Pay no attention to it. Listen to this. One of his victims, who lived for a moment after she was found, described the bat as a man without a face. Honest, Miss Corney, I think that woman must have been exaggerating. That's just that heavy tapestry at the top of the stairs.
I know. I've heard it before on a windy night. But that sounds as if there was someone on the stairs. I know there isn't. At least there shouldn't be.
There ain't. Them's just the noises you hear in any old house on a windy night. It says here that the bat never leaves no fingerprints.
That's understandable. Having no face, he probably has no fingers either. Lizzie! And that, I suppose, is the cat dropping its dentures.
No, I don't think so. But I think it's something should be looked into. Now, who chucked him down here?
The wind, I hope. There must be a window open up there. No, Lizzie. Let him lay. Let him sleep it off. I hope the power lines don't go down, put the lights out. Now, we'll check the windows in the living room and draw the curtains, and then we'll go to bed.
Yes, ma'am. I won't be a minute.
Gordy! Oh!
What's that?
Oh, when I went to get the tape, I turned the latch off. I forgot to turn it on again. He's out there. He was coming in. He might have got you.
Oh, but he didn't, and he's still out there, thanks to you. Now, you hurry now, and we'll call the police.
No, I won't leave you, Miss Corny.
Are you okay?
Yes, ma'am, I'm okay.
Okay.
Operator?
Give me the police department, please.
Zenith Police Department.
This is Cornelia Van Gorder. I'm living at the Oaks.
We know about that, Miss Van Gorder.
Just a moment ago, a man tried to force his way into this house.
You're not alone there, are you? What about your servants?
Well, I have none except my chauffeur, and he's away. He won't be back until the morning. Now, there's only 2 of us here tonight, and we're going to lock ourselves in my room. Now, if any of your men see anything, will you have them call me?
I'll send officers over there right away.
Well, thank you very much. Come on, Lizzie. We're going to sleep in my room. Well, nothing can get at us in this room now. I think this door seems good and solid.
Like the door to a tomb.
I think that couch will be comfortable. There's some extra bedding, you know.
Yes,
closet. Let's see now. Huh? No bolt. Well, that's not so good. Oh, what's that for? That, my good woman, is a booby trap. If anybody tries to open this transom, this will be knocked off, and we'll hear it fall.
I forgot my night things, my robe, my gown, and my slippers. I'll go get them now.
Now, wait a minute, Lizzie. I'll go with you.
Now, don't you bother, Miss Cornelia. My room's just down the hall.
Lizzie, I told you to wait.
It's all right. I'll only be a second. Get in here. Get in here.
Yes?
Miss Van Gorder?
Yes?
Zenith Police Department. There's a police car just outside your house, and the officers in it have reported that there's no sign of a prowler anywhere on the grounds.
Well, the man's inside now. He's in the hall, just outside my bedroom. Have your men break through the kitchen door and search this place from top to bottom.
Okay, Miss Van Gorder. Sit tight.
I will. I have a gun, and I know how to use it.
Babs here is an aspiring mystery writer herself. Apparently all it takes is book smarts, imagination, short fingernails, and pantyhose sewn together at the knees. Babs writes under the pen name Miss Lady Cornea Vangoria. You may have read some of her short stories in The Old Maid's Home Journal. Murder, Mayhaps, A Doily Full of Blood, Nosy by Nature. But she's never gone all the way. That is more than 100 pages double-spaced with 1-inch margins. However, this lucky gal has a pending deal with Key Fob Publishing to belt out a 240-page, 60,000-word mystery novel. Tonight, for the first time on live TV, our own Babs is going to write her entire mystery novel for you and our cameras during the movie. Are you ready, Babs? Okay, go! Insomniac Theater. We'll be right back.
You'll save money and time. You'll get the best of merchandise and service when you patronize these good neighbors. Shop with them regularly for friendly service and money-saving values.
Every person in this room has the perfect motive.
Stand back!
For murder.
What do you mean? Murder.
But only one of these suspects is the murderer. Is it the timid Mr. Green?
Why are you screaming? Because I'm frightened of what? Screaming!
Or the militant Colonel Mustard?
If I was the killer, I would kill you next.
Huh?
Said half.
Mrs. White, who helped her husband on his way?
Well, it's a matter of life after death. Now that he's dead, I have a life.
Miss Scarlet, who's helped many men along the way?
Practice makes perfect. Huh.
Professor Plum, who's looking for a way?
I'm looking.
Mrs. Peacock?
I have absolutely no idea what we're doing here, but I am determined to enjoy myself.
Or did the butler do it?
No.
Paramount Pictures invites you to an evening of mystery.
Let us out!
Murder.
This is getting quite serious.
And madness. In the movie that makes a scene of the crime.
So who did it?
Clue. It's not just a game anymore.
I'm Sleazy P. Martini, host of Sleazy Pictures After Dark, and we are Outer Space International. Reach for the sky.
So let us remember the past, honor the present, and be amused by the future.
I predict that you will invest in a piece of film history, the original black backdrop for night scenes in the 1959 cult classic Plan 9 from Outer Space was amazingly found at quality studios during the making of a documentary. 1.5 to 2 inch squares were affixed to a certificate of authenticity signed by Plan 9 actor Conrad Brooks and Buddy Barnett of cult movies. This is a limited edition collectible, and when they're gone, they're gone. A must for every Ed Wood fan. Order yours today for only $29.99. Free shipping in the U.S. Can you prove it didn't happen? Order today, only $29.99. Visit us at osi74.com or call us at 1-321-252-4574.
Plan 9 from Outer Space is a cult film. Reefer Madness and Rocky Horror Picture Show are cult movies. I'm Michael Coppener, and this is Buddy Barnett.
Mom always said don't play ball in the house. But she never said anything about robots. Ollie, the app-controlled robot driven by adrenaline.
Hi, I'm Carlos Borloff, and I watch OSI 74.
Some fun when Snubby Gun plays Private Eye, and you can have the same kind of fun with Mattel's Tommy Burst Detective Set. The Tommy Burst has automatic bolt action. Fire off a burst of 10 shots. Pull the bolt again, you're reloaded. Or fire single shots like a rifle. The Tommy Burst alone is $3. In the Detective Set, you also get the Snub Nose 38 and Snap Draw Shoulder Holster. The pistol fires greeny stickum caps and shoots safe shooting shells. The exciting new Tommy Burst Detective Set includes wallet, badge, and ID card. $7 wherever toys are sold. You can tell it's Mattel. It's swell.
You've been typing furiously all through the break, Babs. Let's see what you got so far. Shadow of the Flying Rodent, a Monsieur Batstachio mystery. That may be too hard to say. It was a dork and swarthy knight. Watch your spelling. Portly Frenchman wearing a waistcoat and a bowler hat. He waddled through the halls of the elegant mansion, studying the fancy paintings of aristocrats as he slowly twerked the black wings of his bat-staped mustache. Not bad for a first draft. Gotta watch those typos, though. Perhaps you'll get some inspiration from Reel 3 of tonight's feature, The Bat. Come on, let's go. Come on, crime is money.
Relax, Lizzie. The police did a good job. They couldn't find anybody in here.
But we both saw him, Miss Cornelia.
All right, so he got away. But there are men on guard outside, so just try and get some rest. There's nothing can get at us here. You've had a nightmare.
Maybe I did. But there was a bat in it, and it bit me. It flew in that closet.
Oh, good gracious, Lizzie, you're right. Operator, will you get me Dr. Malcolm Wells' office, please? No, I don't know his number, and I have no phone book up here, but this is an emergency. Will you connect me with his office, please?
Oh, dear, I'm going to get the rabies.
Hello?
Hello? Dr. Wells' office?
This is a call service. Dr. Wells is out at the moment, but if you'll give me your name and number, I'll try to locate him.
Well, this is Miss Van Gorder of the Oaks. My maid has just been bitten by a bat that may be rabid, and she must have treatment as soon as possible. And I was told that Dr. Wells was the nearest physician.
I'll try to find him for you, and if I can't, I'll send you another doctor.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Oh, he's out on a case. Oh, I hope it's not a delivery. A baby, I mean. They can be terribly complicated.
It never bothered me none.
Oh, Lizzie, you never had a baby.
Of course I didn't. That's why they never bothered me.
Oh, does it hurt, huh?
A little.
Dr. Wells? Are you there, Dr. Wells? Are you there, Dr. Wells? This is the operator. Your call service is on the wire. It's an emergency.
This is Dr. Wells.
This is your call service, Doctor.
Oh, hello. I was just doing an experiment. I left the receiver off.
That's what I thought, but I kept trying. Miss Van Gorder at the Oaks called and said that her maid had been bitten by a bat, and she's afraid it might be rabid.
What? Oh, all right. Tell her I'll be right over there.
Who's there?
Dr. Wells.
Come in.
Good evening.
Oh, I'm so glad they found you, Doctor.
Well, I reached my office shortly after you called. How is your maid? Is she in any pain?
No, she doesn't seem to be.
Did the bat get away?
No, I believe it's still in my bedroom.
Oh, good. I'll want to examine it. There you go, Miss Allen. Now you'll feel better?
Doctor, have I got the rabies?
Well, I can tell you better after I've examined the bat's brain under a microscope.
That thing's got a brain?
Oh, you'd be surprised. Well, where is it?
I think the little darling is in that closet.
Oh. You know, it's a pity you leased this house, Miss Van Gorder.
Why a pity?
Well, my dear lady, I don't want to alarm you, but...
Oh, well, after tonight, nothing can alarm me.
Yes, I understand. It must have been terrifying. So many unexplainable things have happened here. There's something about the place. Your servants must have sensed it when they walked out on you. An apprehension of disaster. Well, let's see. Aha! Yes. There he is. All right, now. Take it easy. Nobody's going to hurt you. Quiet now. Quiet. And he looks quite normal. Doesn't seem to be sick at all.
Oh, ain't that nice? I've been worried about him.
Well, you should be. From his appearance, I'd say that he doesn't have any infection. In which case, you've had a narrow escape. Now, you take one of those tablets I left for you, and I'll guarantee you a good night. And I'll drop in on you tomorrow.
Oh, thanks for everything, Doctor.
Now, don't worry, I can find my way out.
Oh, I know you can, but do let me help you.
Oh, don't forget that once I'm gone, you'll have to climb those stairs alone.
Oh, I'm all right. I'm armed now.
Can you shoot one of those things without shutting your eyes?
Oh, Doctor, there are guns in every book I've ever written. I don't write about things I'm unfamiliar with. Lock the door, Lizzie.
Good night.
Yes, ma'am. Good night, Doctor.
Accident?
No, the wind blew him down.
Oh.
I think.
Oh. Did you know that young Mark Fleming leased you this house without notifying his uncle?
No, I didn't.
Well, it doesn't matter now. John Fleming is dead and Mark's his heir. But if John were alive, he would warn you to leave here, Miss Van Gorder.
Really?
Yes. It's been a tragic place for anyone who ever lived in it. Well, good night.
Good night, Doctor.
Who's out there?
Nobody you need worry about, Doctor.
Oh, it's Andy.
That's right. Oh, good evening, Miss Van Gogh.
Good evening, Lieutenant.
Somebody sick here?
My maid was bitten by a bat.
Oh? A rabid bat?
Well, I'll know for sure when I get to my lab. I caught the bat.
It happened indoors?
In my bedroom, yes.
How'd it get in?
Well, there are many ways a bat could get in a house.
You ought to know. I spotted this hole in the window the minute I got here.
Why?
That's where the two-legged bat got your door open.
Miss Van Gorder told me that she phoned headquarters at Zenith.
Yes, I phoned twice. The second time was after the prowler got in the house.
Weren't you at headquarters, Andy?
No, but they contacted me.
An officer came and searched the house from top to bottom, but they couldn't find the bat.
You better have this window fixed tomorrow.
Oh, yes, I certainly shall.
Listen, I'd better be going. I'm due in surgery at 8 o'clock in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
There'll be a man patrolling the grounds all night, Miss Van Gorder.
Oh, thank you.
And nobody inside, Andy?
Why should there be?
Well, how do you know but what the bat is hiding somewhere in the house?
I'm quite sure he isn't in the house, Doctor. Not now. Good night.
Good night.
Mr. Lobo's been ruminating over this book you're writing, Babs. And it seems to me that we really need to merchandise this effectively. You know, Batman had the plastic Batman mask and bat poncho and the rubber bat bed sheets and the bat squirt pistol marital aid and the bat catheter and the bat dog food. Your character, this Monsieur Batstachio, needs merchandising. Huh? Think about it. People who read mysteries, they're like insecure and immature and wormy, and they constantly need to, you know, fill their empty lives with a lot of useless crap, right? I mean, that's where the real money is made, right? So, follow me. What about a wearable bat stash? Huh? I drew a picture of a prototype. Look at this. Huh? You see? See this? He's got a mustache, but it's actually a bat. Huh? Bat stash. It's going to be huge. Bat stash. I can see now. I can see it. Drunk college girls throwing bat stash parties. Boardwalk t-shirts with bat stashes on them. People putting bat stashes on sleeping hobos and sneaking away. Taking Instamatic pictures of themselves wearing the bat stash. It's never going to end, Babs. We're going to be rich. Now, where is Mr. Lobo going to get a bunch of dead bats? Let me ruminate on this some more. Insomniac Theater will be right back.
We suggest you patronize these neighbors for friendliness, courtesy, and value.
Now you can be Batman in your very own Batmobile by Marx. Comes complete with bat tape. No batteries needed ever. Just back up to wind the powerful spring motor. Set the brake. Release and holy blast off! Away you go in your very own Batmobile by Marx.
Oh, I do enjoy an evening with a little light entertainment. But when your video heads get dirty, you lose your picture. Not a pretty sight. Happily, this new Polaroid video cassette will help you. It actually cleans your heads as it plays, so dirty heads needn't haunt you. New Polaroid video cassettes. Get the picture?
I'm Armstead Spotswood, host of Laser Brigade and Midnight Frights. TV is bad for you. This is slightly better.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it.
The handlebar mustache. It's not right for every occasion. Unless, that is, you find yourself drafted into an old-timey bare-knuckle boxing match. There are some things best saved for the right occasion, but then they make those occasions even righter. It's like under every handlebar mustache, there's a little Heineken light.
Now, Babs, there may be some dead bats behind the studio, all right? So you just keep ticky-tacky typing away. And remember, instead of bat-shaped mustache, always describe it as a bat for a mustache and call it a bat stash, okay? And always put the little TM next to it, all right? So people know that it's our registered trademark. You got that? All right, Daddy's gonna go bring some raw materials in from the alley to make our bat stashes, all right? You tell me what happens in reel 4 of tonight's movie.
Hi, Andy.
Hello, Mark. Well, congratulations. Real estate business must be picking up. New office, new furniture.
New deal. How do you like it?
Looks expensive. Are you squandering your inheritance?
Oh, I haven't got it yet.
Well, the paper says John Fleming left his entire fortune to you.
Funny thing about that entire fortune is that we can't find it.
No kidding.
Oh, all Uncle John had in his bank account was a couple of $100. And his safe deposit box was empty.
If we don't find that missing million, mine will be empty, too.
How come?
Well, all my savings were invested in Zenith Bank stock. The examiners won't certify the bank is solvent until those stolen securities are found. So the stockholders have voted an assessment that will wipe some of us out. It's a cinch those securities have been converted into cash. And if I can't find that cash, I'm sunk.
Well, where are you going to look for it, Andy?
Here in Zenith. Your uncle wouldn't take $1 million on a hunting trip, would he?
You suspect Uncle John? Why, Andy, he founded the Zenith Bank. That'd be like robbing the family tomb.
You think he wouldn't?
Well, besides, Vic Bailey's fingerprints are all over the vault. Now, they didn't find any of Uncle John's fingerprints.
Because he wiped them off.
Can the defense prove that?
They'll try to. Judy Hollander, Bailey's secretary, is a defense witness. And they believe her testimony will have a powerful effect on the jury.
Oh, well, she has a powerful effect on me. Judy's a doll.
Here's the book you mentioned, Judy.
Your newest one.
Yes, it's just been published. You can have that copy if you wish.
Oh, it's a first edition and you've signed it.
Yes, of course.
Thank you so much.
May I serve tea now, Miss Van Gorder?
Yes, please do, Warner.
Thank you.
And I see you've engaged new servants.
Yes, of course.
Well, how did you persuade them to live in this house?
Well, Jane Patterson, my new housekeeper, knows this house better than you do, Doctor.
Oh?
She worked for John Fleming. And Warner was my chauffeur.
Chauffeur turned butler?
Yes, it's incredible. He can play any part at a moment's notice. Did you get a plumber, Warner?
No, we can't get a plumber for 3 days, madam.
What about that leaking pipe? The basement will be flooded in 3 days.
Now, the pipe is no longer leaking.
You mean it's dried up of its own accord?
No, not quite. I packed the elbow where the water was coming out.
Packed the elbow?
Thank you, madam.
Now, there's a character.
How long did you say that he worked for you as chauffeur?
About 3 months.
Well, I hope he doesn't have a police record. My dear Dale, it may interest you to know that the last night of his life, John Fleming told me that he loved your husband like a son. If Fleming were alive today, he would be fighting to prove Vic's innocence.
Could Mr. Fleming prove his own innocence?
Miss Van Gorder, can there be any doubt about it?
There will be when Miss Hollander testifies at Vic's trial.
Oh? You know something that we haven't heard yet, Judy?
Something I saw with my own eyes. She's not permitted to say what it was.
My dear girl, I wouldn't think of asking her. But let's assume for a moment that Fleming did steal the $1 million. Now, what would he do about it? Where is it?
Hidden someplace where he could lay his hands on it without getting caught in the act. Now, if I was writing this, instead of living in the middle of it, I'd hide it right here in this spooky old house.
Under a loose floorboard or up a chimney?
If Mr. Fleming had the nerve to steal $1 million, he'd make his plans well in advance. I'd say he'd prepare a place to hide it. Possibly when this house was being built. Now, I rented this place from Mark Fleming, his nephew. I wonder if he'd have the floor plans.
I'll ask him.
Yes. Lizzie, will you bring Mrs. Bailey the phone? Oh, you ask him now. His number is Summit 7537.
Oh, thank you, Lizzie. Summit
7537.
Not bad, eh, Andy? That means new business. Now, you see, somebody wants to buy a house. Mark Fleming speaking.
Oh, hello, Dale.
Well, hang on a minute, honey, while I see if I have him. It's Dale Bailey, all excited. Miss Van Gorder wants to know if I have the floor plans of the Oaks. Now, what would she want with the floor plans?
Well, she suggested to me that your uncle might have hidden the bank loot there. Are the plans here?
Well, they're somewhere in the house itself. Wait a minute, there is a place where Uncle Johnny might have kept those blueprints.
What place?
Well, I heard him talk about it a good many years ago. I can't be sure of the exact location. Anyway, I don't think the old boy had the guts to steal $1 million. But if I find those plans, I'll let you know, Andy. Hello, Dale. Look, honey, I haven't seen those plans since I was a kid, but I'll come over tonight and maybe we can find them.
Thank you, Mark. We'll expect you. He seems to think they're here in the house somewhere. He's coming over tonight.
Well, that's good. Dale and Judy are my house guests for the weekend. Would you like to have dinner with us tonight?
Oh, no, thank you. I couldn't. I still have a few calls to make. You know, if Judy's testimony is going to clear Vic Bailey and implicate John Fleming, others may get the idea that there's buried treasure in this house. Don't even mention your testimony until you're actually on the stand.
Oh, I won't.
That's a smart girl, Judy. And a very lovely girl. Well, good afternoon, ladies.
Goodbye,
Doctor.
Dr. Will.
Come on, girls, let's go.
realize I should be putting them down on paper. Weren't you your husband's secretary, Dale?
Yes, I was.
Do you take shorthand? Well, my dear, if you'd like to have your mind occupied, I want you to work with me while I write the story of this fantastic criminal, the Bat.
Wonderful dinner.
Thank you.
It's really nice.
Good dinner, Lizzie, as usual.
Wonderful. Oh, what a lovely piece of silver. It's an original, isn't it?
Yes, they still use them in England for buffet breakfasts. Put hot water in the bottom. You should keep as hot your sausages and your scrambled eggs. Interesting. It's very useful. Really nice.
Clock hasn't struck the hour in the last 10 years, if I'm to believe what Mark Fleming told me.
Why is it angled away from the wall like that?
I don't know. Somebody must have moved it. Lizzie, very likely when she was dusting.
Wait a minute. Did you know there's a door in this paneling?
No, I didn't.
Oh, my gracious, so there is.
Maybe it opens to a secret passage.
Oh,
certainly to a secret
oh,
something.
is it right?
Who knows, girls? Who'll be about to stumble on that missing million.
Oh, this is... There's a panel. There must be some gimmick to it. There always is.
Yes, it moves. It moves. It moves.
I found a dead bat out there. Well, he's not totally dead, but he's a goner anyway. He was easy to pick up there out in the parking lot. Now, you folks out there don't get any ideas. This is our trademark. We applied for the patent. If you want an official bat stash like this one, all you do is send $18 in coins, taped to a postcard to Mister Lobo, and we will send you a little guy just like this. And when it comes, you apply it with some double-sided tape to your face like this. See? Huh? Doesn't Mr. Lobo look winsome? Okay. Don't you want to be the first kid on your block to be the life of the party wearing one of these? All right, now go gather up your coins during tonight's intermission while Mr. Lobo gets your bat stashes ready. Okay? Okay, we're going to need a lot more of these guys. Here we go. Let's see here. Bats. Sea animal control. Here we go. Cavemen bat disposal. Give us a wing. Oh, that's precious. Hello? Yeah, we want all your dead bats. No. No, we found a dead bat behind the studio. Well, we plan to sell it, and we need a lot more. No, I don't need a rabbi. I'm not Jewish. Oh, rabies. Yeah, that's the thing that makes St. Bernards foam at the mouth in the cartoons. Yeah. I could get it? Uh-huh. Fatal in most cases, really. Well, I did get a dead bat's saliva in my mouth. Uh-huh. Yeah, how do I know if the bat has rabies? Examine it. Okay, all right, I'll do that. Oh, hey, my dead bat flew away. Send somebody over right now. I gotta go after it. All right, later.
It's intermission time, folks, and that means it's time for a tasty snack. How about a stroll over to the refreshment counter for a delicious bite to eat? You don't have to worry about missing any part of the show because our announcer will let you know 3 minutes before the show starts again. See you over at the refreshment counter.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
What lovely music for a murder, or 2, or 3, or 9. Who's this? Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet a dear friend. 9 killed you. 9 shall die. Your wife, no 5s. But you I will kill. But you can't, Doctor. I am already dead.
Here, how are we going to get him off this? You take his head, and I'll take his feet. Let's unscrew him.
Dr. Vibes, who samples the finer things of life in his own inimitable way.
Got some boils, some bats.
Frogs?
Frogs, yes. And a glass of blood. Glass of hail in the bloody middle of nowhere.
Are you ready for Dr. Five?
Hi, I'm Chili Dilly, the personality pickle. Packed in a jar for the freshest flavor. Served cold in a sack for you to savor. So dainty to eat, no muss, no fuss. An ideal snack for all of us. Crisp, tender, and tasty with a bit of spice. Buy one now. Taste how nice. Snack bar clerks will knock themselves silly, speeding your order for a real Chili Dilly.
You're watching OSI 74 from Outer Space International.
The Custom Monsters are back. Mummy Daddy-O and his pals return with more happening hipster hijinks. With kicking cartoons, cutting-edge tunes, and the cream of custom culture. Saturday mornings on OSI.
Howdy, folks. Ormond Grimsby here of the hit show Monster Creature Feature.
Hello, darlings. Bunny Galore here. I starred in my very own soap opera called Pantry Manor. I play a lady called Joyce Slaughter, the wife of millionaire Todd Slaughter. However, she does have a few enemies, including her arch rival, Alma Cutt. There's also Jassy, the gypsy who has second sight, and the lovable handyman, Nobby. Pantry Manor.
Don't cast away that annoying single in your wallet or purse when you could be supporting the creator of these cartoons via Patreon with that very same dollar. $1 for a full year of awesome phony cartoons. Please consider supporting the creator of this cartoon on Patreon with $1. That's all I ask of my minions. $1. $1 a year! And if you can't afford $1 a year, then you're in worse shape than I am. And you know what? I totally understand.
You're watching OSI 74.
Turning out something for everybody twice a week in color is a lot of work, even for a man who's been involved with an impressive list of television hits, ranging from Playhouse 90 to Bewitched, from Gunsmoke to Hazel. In the sacrosanct Bat Cave, Super Bat Chief Dozier meets Bat Leader Horwitz.
No, the opposite angle. We're shooting this angle.
Over that way.
Yeah, everything here is
all the action will take place there.
That's right.
All right.
All right.
That ought to do it, I think.
Right.
I know you can go out this way. I'll
Okay.
go right behind you and we'll get over at the dressing room.
This is such stuff as bat dreams are made on. And these are the people who make the dreams. The actors, directors, technicians, makeup, wardrobe, and special effects artists. The bat lights, bat camera, and bat action. Bat cast and bat crew are about to run through a scene before the camera rolls. Later, we'll see the dynamic duo during the actual shooting. Meantime, Adam West and Burt Ward pantomime their way through a rehearsal of the action.
How's this angle for me here? Very good. Were the wrinkles okay?
Okay, now, boys, it's just a dry run without the effect. Okay, now on action. Ready? Go. Action. Look. And it goes up. Holy Jack in the Box.
I just about ready to say it.
Okay.
Holy Jack in the Box. What a balloon.
Saints alive.
Strange.
There's one performer we haven't mentioned, a by no means minor contributor to the total effect. I'm referring to the off-screen narrator, who remains anonymous.
No,
Why
he
is
has
that?
a name. He has a name. We call him Desmond Doomsday when we have to tell his name.
Is there a particular reason for concealing his actual identity?
Yes, because it's kind of an avocation. As you know, you're putting me on now. You're writing a Batman script. I do the narration, and I kind of backed into this. We started to do a promotional reel for the network so they could have something to show advertisers before the show went on the air. And we were putting together a few scenes from the first film, and we needed narration to plug the gaps in it. So I did it. Then when we ran that for the network officials, they quickly said, "Who's that narrator? Have we got him signed for the series?" And I said, "No, I don't think we can get him for the series." I strung them along for a few minutes, but then I was stuck, so I had to do it. So I had to join the guild then, too. I'm just waiting for the day the Screen Actors strike, though, and then I don't know what I'm going to do.
What is it? Hey, why it's Buttercup. Popcorn, add some butter to hot popcorn. Mix it up, wrap it up, Buttercup is born.
It's delicious.
So nutritious.
It's a taste delight.
It's so munchy,
Crisp and crunchy.
you'll enjoy each bite. Eat butter-drenched Buttercup, popcorn at its best.
Served in a king-size cup.
It beats all the rest.
Loaded with soap. Loaded with soap. S-O-S is loaded with soap.
How now, brown cow? British agent Bunny Galore speaking. You're watching OSI 74.
You gotta check out this magazine and website. It's all about monsters. It's the Monster Attack Team, formerly published by famous monsters of Filmland. It's the only English language magazine devoted to Japanese monsters, superheroes, and rock and roll. Yeah, man. Turn it up to 11 with the #1 Japanese sci-fi magazine, Monster Attack Team. MonsterAttackTeam.com. Fighting Japanese monsters since 1991. Now partnered with Monster Madhouse. Yeah!
Beach party lovers making hey hey in the moonlight.
watch it.
B-movies. On your computer and on the TV.
It's pretty gross.
Y'all don't be scared. Turn into midnight frights.
Cocoa Puffs experiment. How long does it take Sunny to go cuckoo for?
Cocoa Puffs?
Begin countdown now.
So chocolatey! I'm Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs! Cocoa for... Chocolatey!
Cocoa Puffs, the ultimate chocolatey taste. Super chocolatey crunch and makes super chocolatey milk. Cocoa Puffs, the chocolatey part of this good breakfast.
I'm Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs!
quickie quiz. Question: what's the most popular sandwich everywhere?
Hamburgers.
And where do we get the best hamburgers?
Here at our refreshment stand.
Our hamburgers are made of selected, inspected meat, seasoned to perfection, cooked just the way you like them. How about a hamburger? Or through right now.
We must now break for station identification.
Every cookie here at Left Twix is extra crisp, so it stays crunchy when we apply caramel and chocolate.
Right Twix has the same thing.
They have packing tape like that over at Right Twix?
Try both. Pick a side. Twix.
Look into the hypnotic eye.
Our goal is to satisfy your visual appetite and to give you a fix for your visual addiction.
Watching TV, and I'm feeling okay.
Well, hopefully we've shown you things you haven't seen before. Things that make you just go, what the hell was that all about?
И он живет, работает, улыбается. Значит, люди смогут стыковать корабли, монтировать орбитальные станции, пересаживаться с ракеты на ракету, выходить из аварийных ситуаций. Смелый и важный шаг совершен по пути к Луне. И первыми совершили его.
Utopia Fantastica vis cosmonauts on OSI 74.
You know, a lot of you probably think it's really cool to set fire to public buildings. I mean, we all think about it. But did you ever stop to consider you could get into some serious trouble, I've heard. So don't set fires. Mr. Lobo knows cool. And arson is not cool. You're not dreaming. You're watching Insomniac Theater, sponsored by Horse and Milkin. It's what Swedes put on their Bjorn flakes. Hope you enjoyed tonight's intermission. If you're just tuning in, I'm your host, Mr. Lobo. A lot happening here. Babs from the front desk is writing her first mystery novel tonight on live TV, just like our heroine, Agnes Moorehead, in the film. Mr. Lobo's trying to hunt down a sick bat that may have infected your host with rabies. It's up on the lighting rig, but we'll get him. Apparently there's some kind of rabies scare, but we're going to smooth it all out. During the intermission, the stage director's nephew, Little Wes Craven, who we brought to the studio, drew a picture of the mysterious killer with razor-sharp claws who calls himself the Bat in tonight's movie. Isn't that cute? He put the bat in a striped shirt and calls him Freddy. What an imagination. I wonder what little Wesley Craven's going to grow up to be, huh? Maybe he'll sell Christmas sweaters. Anyway, thanks for the drawing, Wesley. Hope the movie doesn't give you any nightmares, huh? It's giving Mr. Lobo the sweats so far. And judging from the theme music, this is an aggressively unsilent remake of a silent classic. Is it necessary to say, what's that noise? I mean, did they flunk Foley? I did learn so far that there are 3 number 1 elements of being a master criminal. The first number 1 element, arm yourself. The second number 1 element, surprise your victim. The third number 1 element, talk for 10 minutes or until disarmed. And shouldn't the bat look like a bat? And don't get me started on the homoerotic subtext. Not that that sort of thing would get Mr. Lobo started. Anyway, let's straighten up and fly right into tonight's feature, The Bat.
Calling car 11. Calling car 11.
Proceed to the Oaks in Zenith Township immediately. A homicide has been reported.
Okay. Proceeding to the Oaks. Notify the county coroner, Dr. Wells. Tell him to come to the Oaks at once. Horrible.
As if his throat had been torn by some creature with fangs or claws.
That's his sign. We found it on the others he killed. I'd hoped those reports that he was up to his old tricks again were pure imagination, but apparently they're based on fact. He's come back. Back to the scene of his kills. Yes, that's who I mean. That's who did this. The bat. Who found Mark?
We all did. And it's Dale and Judy and I. Lizzie was in the dining room. This is my new housekeeper, Jane Patterson. You know, she worked for John Fleming.
I know her. Where were you, Mrs. Patterson?
In the kitchen, cleaning up. I cooked the dinner tonight.
Did you know that the secret closet was here?
No. It was behind the grandfather's clock.
Well, it was I who found it, really. Noticed the clock had been moved and the door wasn't quite closed.
I'll get it.
Who is it?
Mark Fleming. As coroner, you saw the same wounds on the others. How long's he been dead?
Oh, I'd say about a half an hour. Do you believe it was the bat?
That's a bat's trademark.
Perhaps he's still in the house.
That's possible.
Why should he be?
Because he's looking for something, and like you, he believes it's here. And he's a persistent killer. I would advise you to get out of this house as quickly as possible, notwithstanding our expert police protection. Have you called the morgue?
They're on their way here.
Oh, good. I want to examine the body before they get here. May we take it into another room?
Yes, to the sunroom in the back.
Thank you. Give me a hand.
Excuse me. Oh, Warner, where have you been?
Well, madam, has it been an accident?
There's been a murder. Mark Fleming, the young man from whom I leased this place, was killed here tonight.
They know who did it?
Well, they believe it was the bat.
I'm sorry I had to use the front door, Miss Van Gorder, but I forgot my keys, and when I rang the bell at the kitchen door, there was no response.
Oh, this is Warner, Lieutenant. He's my butler. He was my chauffeur.
Why'd you promote him?
Well, it's very difficult to find a butler. They don't like service in the country.
Have you been a butler before?
I've served in many capacities, sir, but this was my night off, and I forgot my keys.
I heard that part. What time did you leave the house tonight?
Oh, about 6:30. I had dinner at Wiley's Roadhouse.
Can you prove where you spent the rest of the evening?
I can try.
Try hard. And don't leave the house. I'll get to you later.
Very good, sir. I shall be in my room, Miss Van Gorder, if you need me.
Yes, Warner. Surely you don't think he's...
Warren and I have met before. I can't recall where or when, but I will. There'll be a crew here shortly from headquarters, dusting for fingerprints, taking photographs. But in the meantime, Mrs. Patterson, you aren't leaving the house tonight, are you?
No, Lieutenant.
Don't. I'll talk to you in the morning. Good night.
Good night, sir. Good night, Miss Van Gorder.
Dale, I was with Mark Fleming this afternoon when you talked to him about the floor plans of this house. I heard him tell you he was coming here tonight.
Dale called him at my request. She told me he was coming.
Who else heard her tell you that?
Judy, Lizzie.
And that nice Dr. Wells.
Dr. Wells. There are few killers who kill for the fun of it. The bat very likely is a mental case, and I'm convinced that his crimes are motivated by his mania for personal gain. There's $1 million at large, and he's going to keep on hunting for it until he lays his hands on it. Now, these young ladies are staying here tonight?
Yes, they're my house guests.
Well, when my crew arrives, we'll be busy for a while, so I'd suggest that
we go to our rooms? That's a very good idea. Come on, girls. What about a police guard for this house tonight, Lieutenant?
You've got one. I'm going to cover this place tonight from the attic to the basement. If the bat makes another call, I'll have a little surprise for him.
Who is he? Have you any idea?
He could be anybody. So far, there are clues to his identity, but nothing we could take before a jury. I'm afraid we must look higher than the criminal world. He may be a merchant, lawyer, doctor, scientist, one of the pillars of his community. Ladies, lock your doors tonight. Stay behind them. I promise you you'll be safe. Good night.
Good night, Lieutenant. Good night.
Pity. So young. Well, Doctor, do you agree it was the bat?
In my report, I shall say the death was caused by the same technique used in the other killings. A paralyzing blow to the throat, followed by severe lacerations of the jugular, resulting in excessive hemorrhage.
In a layman's language, he didn't know what hit him.
Oh, he knew. But he didn't have time to think about it. Staying here tonight, Andy?
Well, until I check the doors and windows, but I'll be back bright and early in the morning.
Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom of night stays these couriers from the swift completion of their appointed rounds.
A lot of people are due for a shock when I close this case.
Yes, I'm sure they are. Good night, Andy. Don't get hurt.
Good night, Doctor.
You know, I think we'd better let you get some sleep.
Oh, well, Lizzie and I share this room for mutual protection. You know, one night, a storm blew the wires down, put the lights out, and I went out the next day and bought a half a dozen of these things. You better take one with you, Dale.
Oh, thank you.
We'll go across the hall now.
Are you sure there's nothing else you need?
Oh, no. Quite sure. We'll be all right.
Well, if anything bothers you, you just sing out, and 2 strong women will come to your rescue.
Oh, nothing will bother us. Not with Andy on the job.
No. Well, good night.
Good night, Miss Van Gordon. See you in the
Don't worry, everything will be all right.
We won't. Good night.
Good night.
I don't think I'll sleep tonight.
Me neither.
All I can see is poor Mark Fleming staring at us. I thought that when people died, their eyes closed, as in sleep.
Don't think about it.
I'll bet you're thinking about it.
No, I was thinking of my poor husband sleeping in jail tonight. Oh, Judy, I love him so much.
Don't be afraid, little bat. Mr. Lobo just wants to examine your brain. Insomniac Theater will be right back.
You'll save money and time. You'll get the best of merchandise and service when you patronize these good neighbors. Shop with them regularly for friendly service and money-saving values.
I used to be frightened by all the wine coolers I saw. I was scared I wouldn't pick the right one. Luckily, I did. It was the most refreshing one of them all, Sun Country Wine Cooler. You see, Sun Country is a blend of premium white wine and real fruit juice. That's what gives it its great taste. Sun Country, say, give me the real juice cooler. If you don't say Sun Country, you'd better sleep with your lights on.
Has this ever happened to you? If you have bats in your home, now is the time to get them out. Hi, I'm Ginger Isacker, owner of Westchester Wildlife. We provide bat removal services for both your home and business. Whether you want to get bats out or keep bats out, your satisfaction is my top priority. I guarantee it. Mention this ad to receive 10% off on your next wildlife removal or preventive service from Westchester Wildlife.
Go check out MonsterMadhouse.com.
I am the ghost of cookies past. Residue.
That's so gross.
Well, you didn't use new Pam, so it looks like you're stuck with me.
Bargain brand cooking spray leaves annoying residue. That's why there's new Pam.
New from Lego City. In space, the satellite is malfunctioning. Send up the powerful space shuttle. Hey! Build the shuttle and place the new satellite. 2, 1, ignition. We have liftoff. The new Lego City Space Collection. Base plates and background models not included.
Don't stay up late. It's not worth it.
Godzilla has a brain about this size. Because all you of Earth are idiots. Flying saucers have invaded.
Discover the beer that's inviting, delicious, exciting, just a little more exciting than any other beer. Live the Genesee moment. Have a Genesee beer.
Come along with me. Come along with me. It's more of a party when it's Genesee.
There! I got you! Die, Flattermouse! Babs, what are those? Aren't you supposed to be typing? Let me see this box. These are all dead bats sent in by our viewers. They're all for bat stashes. Wow! I must be the luckiest puppy in Happy Town. Oh, I'm feeling faint.
What's that noise?
Oh, I don't know. I kind of fell half asleep. For a moment, I thought it was something from a dream.
It's somewhere in the house.
Yes, on the floor above. Not directly over us. Probably a room overlooking the driveway.
Should we call Miss Van Gorder?
She'll hear it. How can she help but hear it? Oh, besides, we don't want her to think we're a couple of hysterical women.
Well, I'm about to become one. I've
dear.
had it for one night. Dale, you're not going out in that hall.
I want to know what's happening up there.
But Lieutenant Anderson said if we stayed behind our locked doors, we'd be safe.
Vic isn't safe locked up in that jail. Suppose that stolen money is in this house. Mark Fleming seemed to think it was. Maybe that's what somebody's looking for.
Oh, for heaven's sake, don't you hear that awful noise up there? Now, Lizzie, you've just got to stay awake. The house phone and the outside phone wires have been cut, and we can't get help. Where's that policeman? Oh, I don't know. Something must have happened to him. Now, go on, get on your robe.
Oh, Dale, please don't go up there. I've got to. Think what it could mean to Vic. Now, you stay here.
Oh, no. If you go, I go.
You wait here. I'm going to see what it is.
Oh, please let me go with you.
Judy, will you warn me if anyone comes? I'll only be a moment. Now, wait.
Judy. The bat.
Yes, the bat. He caught her at the head of the stairs. We saw him rushing down the stairs as we came out of the room. I hurled that after him. I hit him, I believe. I'm going to cover this place from attic to basement, you said. Well, what were you covering when that poor child was murdered? Where were you?
I saw a man outside in the grounds. I went out there and hunted him. I heard him in among the trees, and so I followed the sound of him as far as the brook down near the back road. And then I lost him. I'd rather give my own life than have this happen to Judy. But I told you to stay in your rooms and lock your doors and stay there. What was she doing at the head of those stairs?
That was my fault.
They heard a strange noise, heavy pounding in one of the rooms on the third floor. We all heard it.
I wanted to see what it was. Judy, I wish she wouldn't let me go out by myself.
I made her stay on the balcony.
What about your new butler?
Oh, well, he's in his room, I suppose.
Oh, Mrs. Patterson.
Oh, yes.
Did you know what happened here?
No, sir, but I heard the screams. I went to call Warner. We have rooms on the same floor, but he wasn't in his room. His bed hasn't been slept in.
If Mrs. Patterson heard the screams, Warner could certainly hear them.
You're quite right, sir. I heard them.
Oh, you did? And where were you?
Outside in the grounds.
Miss Holland has been murdered.
No.
Oh, so you're surprised. Shocked. Well, I've seen better performances. I remember you now. Your name's not Warner. I've got a circular in my office with your picture on it. The Chicago police not so long ago were hunting for you in connection with the robbery.
You're right again, sir. And they found me and they tried me and I proved my innocence and I was acquitted.
That could have been a lucky break. Where were you when this child was killed?
I told you before, sir. Outside.
What were you doing there?
I was following you. I saw you leaving the house, and it seemed that you were hunting someone. I thought you might need some help. Oh, yes, sir. I followed your flashlight down through the trees. Then it disappeared. And then suddenly, as I was staring out into the darkness, I was struck by something on the back of the head. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the ground. I realized I'd been knocked out.
I wish you had been knocked out. But then we'd have found you with your mask still on your face. You were hit here in this house with this poker as you were rushing down those stairs after that child was killed.
Oh, no, sir. You can't pin this on me. I'm not the bat. I've never killed. I couldn't kill. I won't take the rap for this.
Doctor, we have another case for the county coroner. You see, the bat came back. Why did you come back, Doctor?
Well, I had an accident about a mile down the road. The right rear wheel of my car came off, and I plunged into the ditch. This was the nearest house, so I came here to call for help. I thought I'd find you around, Andy.
Physician, heal thyself. You must have been hit by something on the back of your head.
I told you I had an accident.
So you did, Doctor. So you did. I could be wrong. But maybe I'm not. We shall see.
Oh. Mr. Lobo is still waiting on the nurse to arrive with my rabies shot. But, get them away from me! Get it away! Now! I'm supposed to find out which bat I put on my face, but it got mixed in with all these hundreds of other dead bats that were in these boxes that will eventually be made into comfortable, affordable bat stashes. I suppose we should, test them all for rabies first. Meanwhile, Bat Stash Mania has captured the popular imagination. Look here, Chubby Checker made up a Bat Stash dance. Shut the funk up. We're getting photo stats and videos sent from all over. Look at this, a picture of former Vice President Nixon. He's dropped out of the presidential race to spend more time with his Bat Stash. Here are the popular rock combo who calls himself the Beatles. Love the bat stashes, but somebody shoot me if I ever grow my hair long like that. Lassie with a bat stash. And why not, since she's actually a male dog. And even blonde bombshell Jane Mansfield is riding the mustache trend. Hot-cha. This is all very exciting. If it's really happening and not delusions brought on by rabies. There's a knock at the door. I hope it's that clinic nurse. Hi-oh, Silver Bullet! Oh God, I hope it's not the ocean. I don't know what to do.
Lassie!
superior security system. Security technologies from GE. Advanced security for home, business, and government worldwide.
Rabies is a serious disease and may not be easily recognized in the early stages. Rabies can be transmitted to humans through bites, scratches, or a simple lick on a small cut. Protect your family from rabies by having your pets vaccinated annually.
Hey, we're Pacific North Weird, and we're reporting from Ocean Shores, Washington at the Sasquatch Summit.
And you should watch us on OSI 74's Secret Sundays. It's a secret. Don't tell anyone. This whole Secret Sundays thing, it's kind of between you and me. If you tell anyone about Secret Sundays, we're going to kill you.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Dragging your butt through the day, selling body and soul to a bunch of bland normals? Acting stupid so they'll think you're one of them? Tired of getting all of the guilt, but none of the sex? There is a simple answer, dear friend. A glowing beacon of slack amidst the turmoil and darkness. It's J.R. Bob Dobbs, the living slack master, and his church of the subgenius. Bob brings a new destiny for the abnormal. For Bob comes to justify our sins, to unmask the conspiracy, and to get us back the slack they stole away. It's us versus them. Are you gonna fry in hell on earth alongside the pink boys? Or will you pull the wool over your own eyes and accept Bob into your mind? Repent, quit your job, slack off, and praise Bob!
Church of the Subgenius, eternal salvation, or triple your money back.
Friday Night's Wild on OSI 74. You got sleazy pictures after dark.
American youth today has its fringes, but that's part of the greatness of our country. I have great faith in American youth. The youth of today can change the world. And if they understand that, I think that we're going to go forward to a great age, not just for Americans, but for peace and progress for all the people in the world.
So I don't do a lot of doctor visits.
Oh, well, I can see. Oh, my. What is that mark? Oh, Mister Lobo. I don't know if I'm qualified for that.
I guess we'll talk about that later.
Okay.
Oh, greetings of intensive care and the Nightingale effect. It's now time for our lucky Real 7 girl, normally chosen by you, the loyal insomniacs out there, to introduce the next reel of tonight's film and hopefully boost ratings with males 18 to 24, lonely male viewers. Unfortunately, due to a rabies quarantine, we are not allowed to have outsiders in the studio today. Instead, Nurse Pepper Mills from the Winchester Medical Center will be performing double duty. Tell us a little bit about yourself, lucky Real 7 girl.
Well, I'd like to hear more about you, Mr. Lobo. Have you had oral surgery in the past year or so?
No.
Problems urinating?
Not.
How are your bowel movements?
well, not...
Oh, wait. Well, you know what? Just be still. And now Insomniac Theater proudly presents Reel 7 of The Bat, starring Vincent Price.
Owie.
All right, Dale, let's start a new chapter. For days, the murders held the headlines. Lieutenant Anderson grilled us and ransacked the house from top to bottom. Warner was not placed under arrest, but his every move was watched. At night, except for a detective on guard in the house, the police and the reporters left us alone. And on one of those nights, without telling Lizzie or anyone else, I pursued a secret investigation of my own. It was in an empty room on the 3rd floor where we kept our trunks and other things.
Put him up, Pat. It's a bright idea to kill me in my own lab and let people think that I'm the Bat. But you had to kill me first. What was it to be, ambush? And clever as you are, you're not smart enough to do that. Nor were you smart enough to find the money, though you came quite close to it. But I know where it is. And when you're dead with that sign pinned on your chest, I'm going to collect it and live happily ever after. He destroyed himself. How true that will be. Well, goodbye, Bat. Here's a serum that will heal you whether you're rabid or not.
Something's wrong. Miss Cornelia! Miss Cornelia!
Now, where would she be going at this time of night? Land's sake. I never. Oh. Mr. Davenport. Mr. Davenport. Oh, a fine thing. The door unbolted, the chain off, and you asleep on the job. Wait till Lieutenant Anderson hears about this. Come on, wake up. What's the matter with you?
I don't know. My head hurts. My whole body's numb.
Here, take a sip of this. Try to snap out of it. I'll be back in a minute. Hurry, will you? It's Lizzie. I'm terribly worried. I can't find Miss Cornelia anywhere, and something's happened to the policeman. I don't know what. Get Warner. Bring him to the drawing room. Tell him we need him. Are you all right now?
Yeah, I'll be all right in a minute. I remember now. I took a drink of wine from that decanter there. Miss Van Gorder told me to help myself.
She wouldn't put nothing in it?
Well, somebody did. Somebody who knew I was on duty here.
Then it was somebody that got Miss Van Gorder. I can't find her anywhere. Upstairs, downstairs, or in the basement. I told the housekeeper to get Warner.
Lieutenant Anderson will want to know about this. Hello. Yeah, this is Davenport at the Oaks. We've got trouble here. Well, for one thing, I was drugged. Yeah. But I must have been knocked out because the maid tells me Miss Van Gorder is missing. Well, you better call Anderson and let him know. He's not at home. Well, where is he? Out on a case? What case? Dr. Wells. What else did they tell you about it?
Oh, hurry, will you? We've got to find Miss Cornelia.
Okay. Lieutenant Anderson is out on a case. Dr. Wells was found dead in a room next to his garage, murdered.
Dr. Wells?
There's something queer about the killing of Wells, but headquarters won't talk about it.
Lizzie, Warner isn't in his room. There's no sign of him anywhere.
And I was supposed to keep an eye on that guy.
Where's Miss Cornelia? That's what I want to know.
Wait a minute. Didn't you say that the chain and the bolt were off of the front door?
I certainly did.
Well, maybe Miss Van Gorder went outside.
Oh, she never would. We better look.
Go. What's that? Oh, oof. Just purple. Delusions are getting bad now. The nurse is taking the bats away to examine them for rabies, so there'll be a slight delay in any bat stash orders. We have about 60,000 orders backed up for these babies, so I hope we get a clean bill of health. You may want to join the Insomnia Theater fan club instead, or official fish catcher something. If your public library has a supercomputer, you can connect with us on something that scholars of the future will call the internet. And we'll send you... look out! So tired of gnomes. Anyway, I might be dying of rabies, so perhaps none of this is relevant. Epicac Theater Dome will be right back. Thursday.
We have everything you need to live the young, hip, jet-grind radio lifestyle. You skate, you groove, you bomb bricks, and run from the man.
Jet-grind radio on Dreamcast, Burly P for teens.
The only good thing about winter is it comes before spring. smells like spring is in the air.
Yes, spring is in the air. It's Glade's new air freshener, Early Spring.
Early spring from Glade? It smells like a spring meadow smells when the fields are flowering.
And everything green is growing.
Glade's new Early Spring is so light and delicate, our home will smell fresh as spring all year round.
Now you can have springtime all the time with new Early Spring from Glade.
Hi, I'm Tessa Zombie, and I watch OSI 74.
You could save the Earth. You could save the Earth.
As you may now surmise, all hope is lost. Please fasten your seatbelts and refrain from moving about the planet. This may be a very bumpy ride.
The Earth is gone, along with all the rules you're so attached to. You're in uncharted territory now, whether you like it or not.
Mad Mercury!
For the 5 million Americans living with Alzheimer's and the millions more who feel its effects, let's walk together to make an even bigger impact and end Alzheimer's for good. Find a walk near you at alz.org/walk.
Saturday nights on OSI 74.
We dance. Today we're going to do the Popeye, the jerk, the twist, the Watusi, just like your big brothers and sisters. Also, Crichton is going to show us some of his films. And great googly moo!
Thunderbirds are go.
We've located the distress call. We must get there fast. Thunderbird 1 is away.
Deploying grasping arms.
Initiate rescue now.
FAV.
Thunderbirds are go.
Okay. All in favor say...
Alan, come down. You'll be late for the dentist. But, Mom, we're voting for president. Can't help it. You have an appointment. Oh, Mom.
Poor kid. We've gone every Saturday this month.
More cavities?
Oh, and we do brush.
You know, we're doing much better since we switched to Crest.
Come on. Toothpaste is toothpaste.
Karen, we tried a lot of toothpaste. Crest helped. Must be that fluoride.
But they all have fluoride.
That's what I thought. Then I checked. Was I surprised?
It may surprise you. Check the 5 leading toothpastes. You'll find only one has fluoride. The most effective cavity fighter ever put in a toothpaste. Only Crest. Have checkups, watch treats, and brush after eating with Crest.
Gee, Mom, I could have been president today.
You may be president yet, Buster.
Just got the word that none of the hundreds of bats examined had enlarged brains. That means no rabies. Apparently all the prickling sensations, cerebral dysfunction, anxiety, agitation, delirium, abnormal behavior, hallucinations, and insomnia were just a result of Mister Lobo being off his meds. And it looks like Bab's novel and tonight's film are both coming to a conclusive conclusion. And now, Vincent Price stars in the last reel of The Bat. What's that? Vincent Price's character dies. Why are we still watching this?
I can't breathe. There's no air.
Miss Cornelia.
Oh, Miss Van
Miss
Gorder.
Cornelia. Miss Cornelia.
Miss Van Gorder.
Look. There's a light in that room on the 3rd floor. Were you up there tonight?
Well, of course I was, but I turned the lights out before I came downstairs.
And Miss Cornelia might have turned them on again. That's where we're going to look first. Come on.
Van Gorder. What do we do now?
Over the mantel, there are 5 panels. Strike it with your hand.
Which panel did you say, Miss Van Gorder?
Oh, I can't. I just can't.
Miss Van Gorder, which panel? We couldn't hear you.
She said strike it. What difference does it make which panel? Strike them all. Look. It's all right now. It's all right, dear. Lizzie's here.
Feeling better?
Yes, much better.
We'll take you to your room.
Oh, no, you won't. I'm going to stay right here. I'm quite all right. Oh, how blessed it is to breathe without an effort. You know, no one knows how sweet the air can taste until someone shuts it off for a moment. That room is just like a box. When the mantelpiece closed, it seemed like all the air was drawn out of it. Look, there it goes again.
Let it close. I can open it from in here. There's a control panel behind this blueprint. Electric motor under the trap door here. Once the door is open, you can keep it that way. I believe that the fireplace in this other room opens the same way. And it does.
I tried to find this, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah, it's back at this blueprint here. Well, it's quite a setup. Too bad we can't open that safe in the same way. Take an expert to crack this box or a shot of nitro.
Oh, maybe that's what the bat had in mind.
Could be. Seems he's on the prowl tonight.
Miss Van Gorder, Warner has disappeared.
And Dr. Wells has been murdered.
Dr. Wells?
Lieutenant Anderson's on that case right now.
Well, does he know what happened here tonight?
They got word to him. He'll be here any minute.
What's that noise? Miss Van Gorder, the garage is on fire.
Hey, Scott, look at that.
Lizzie, put that light out in the other room. Now, where are you going?
To report the fire.
Well, you just stay right here.
Miss Van Gorder, the garage.
Well, let it burn. You watch the stair. Can't you see that fire was set to get us out of the house?
Out of the house? Were you talking about the...
Yes, I'm talking about the bat. Now that the lights are out, he'll think his trick has worked, and we've gone. He'll be here any minute.
Well, so will Lieutenant Anderson.
I hope so, but the bat will be here first. And he'll kill again if we're in his way. We've got to be as clever as he is.
You'll be safer downstairs. I'll take care of you.
Well, the others can go, but I'm going to stay right here.
All right, but get out of sight.
Let's face it, ladies, and get it over with. Others have seen my face before they died, but I'll have to deny you that pleasure. This would make a good scene for your book, Miss Van Gorder.
but I'm afraid you'll never write it.
That is Warner. I could tell.
You misjudged me, Miss Ellen.
Warner!
I don't like being a murder suspect, Miss Van Gorder. I was headed for a plane, but halfway to the airport, I changed my mind and came back. I'm glad that I did.
Why, it's Lieutenant Anderson. Yes, it was Anderson. He'd discovered the secret of the hidden room and was waiting to get into it and open up the safe. We found the money in it, a little over $1 million in 10s and 20s and 100s. Good old Andy. With all his ill-gotten gains invested in bank stock. It's rather a clever way to hide stolen money. In the open, as it were. And so respectable. But don't try it. No matter how clever you are, you can't hide murder. Well, that's it, Dale. That's the end.
Mr. Lobo likes how they kept locking the bolt, but no one fixed the hole in the window. Let's see how our novel turned out. Oh, jeepers! Whoa, this feels like 60,000 words. Good show, Babs. All right. Excuse me. Hello? Yes, I'm her literary agent. Shadow of the Flying Rodent, a Monsieur Batstachio mystery, is done and ready for your editors. What? Bat stashes are passé? Since when? Since 5 minutes ago. Well, none of those bats had rabies. What do you mean it doesn't matter? It's over. Okay, look, we can change it around, all right? Bat stashes are out. How about instead of Monsieur Batstachio, Professor Owlbeard? Huh? Think it over. All right, we'll start on the rewrite in the morning. Sorry, Babs, they hate your bat stashes. They're tired, what can I say? We're going to have to lose your main character. How about Professor Owlbeard, huh? He's got an owl for a beard. You know, we do the same mystery. We just change all the bat stashes to owl beards. I mean, that can't take too long. All work and no play makes Babs a dull girl. All work and no play makes Babs a dull girl. All work and no play makes Babs a dull girl. All work and no play makes Babs a dull girl. Does it just go on like this? All work and no play. You know, we might need to mix this up a bit, you know. Spelling and punctuation is good, though. All work and no play makes Babs a dull girl. Hey, thanks for watching Insomniac Theater. All work and no play makes Babs a dull girl. All work and no play. You think I'd remember getting killed at the end of that episode? Oh well. Another rabies-related fatality. Perhaps a PSA is in order. Over the last 100 years, more than 90% of animal cases of rabies reported to the National Center for Disease Control occur in wildlife. Today, in the United States, 1 or 2 human deaths per year are reportedly caused by rabies. Modern-day preventative medicine and treatments have proven nearly 100% successful, but even 1 preventable death a year is too many. Don't put a dead bat on your face, or drink its blood to get supernatural powers. Don't fail to seek medical assistance if you fall into a big box of wounded bats. If you have real questions on whether you've been exposed, contact the Center for Disease Control at cdc.gov and tell them TV's Mr. Lobo sent you. Thank you.
We've come to the end of our telecasting day with the sincere hope that you've enjoyed our entertainment. OSI 74 will return to the television whenever you decide to turn on your Roku streaming device. Cinema Insomnia will be back with another watch party at its regularly scheduled time. OSI offices are located in outer space and can be reached at P.O. Box 74 at Glen, Pennsylvania 19310. Until next time, we wish you a very pleasant tonight and an above-average tomorrow.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail in the light's black gleaming, whose bright stripes and broad stars in the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watch, and rockets they glare, but of bombs in the air, it proved to the night that we still had our way. And the home of the land, and the land of the free.